Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam UTM Sanjungan Bangsa. And a very good morning to Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail, Vice Chancellor of Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Cici Sri Cahyandari, Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Nasir, Rector Universitas Air, Profesor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsih, Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Community Development, Universitas Air, Yang Berusaha Profesor Dr. Rosli Mat Ilyas, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, UTM, Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Engineer Technologies Dr. Roshanida binti Abdul Rahman, Chairman I-Bes 2022 UTM, Profesor Dr. Ridna Apsari, Co-Chair I-Bes 2022, Universitas Air, Honorable Speakers, Professors, Researchers, most respected guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security, I-Bes 2022. On behalf of the local organizing committee, I am truly privileged to roll out the welcome mat for all of you to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, with the theme Bridging Knowledge Towards Sustainability, I-Bes 2022 is a symposium held in collaboration between Universiti Teknologi Malaysia and Universitas Air. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, to begin our ceremony with the recitation of dua, please welcome Al-Fadil Ustaz Haizal Iqbal bin Muhammad Kamal to recite the dua. Please welcome.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم أصلح لنا ديننا الذي هو عصمة أمرنا وأصلح لنا دنيانا التي فيها معاشنا وأصلح لنا آخرتنا التي فيها معادنا واجعل الحياة زيادة لنا في كل خير واجعل الموت راحة لنا من كل شر. On this blessed morning, we gather in International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security, I-Bes 2022. O Allah, we beg you to open the doors of your mercy and unfold for us the treasure of knowledge that we are seeking for us to develop our potential as your servant whom you are pleased with. By your mercy, O Allah, the most merciful of the merciful ones. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. O Allah, kindly give us strength and to face the struggle to find and gain knowledge. Kindly bestow upon us your blessing and grant us great physique, mind and spirit to keep on worshipping you, O Allah. O Allah, we beg you to grant us the strength for us to serve our people, society, nation and religion. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzaban nar. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Alright, thank you Al-Fadil Ustaz for the dua recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our session today, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Engineer Technologies Dr. Roshanida Abdul Rahman, Chairman of I-Bes 2022, to deliver her welcoming speech. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and greetings to all. Thank you, Master of Ceremony. A very good morning to Honorable Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Ismail, Vice Chancellor, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasir, Rector, Universitas Langga, Surabaya, Indonesia. Honorable Professor Dr. Cicit Sri Cahyandari, Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Rosli Mat Ilyas, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Professor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsih, Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Community Development, Universitas Air. Professor Dr. Retna Apsari, Co-Chair I-Bes 2022, Universitas Air. Associate Professor Dr. Ardiansyah Shahrul, Co-Chair I-Bes 2022, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, moderators, participants, academic communities, and guests. First and foremost, all praises are due to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, blessings and salutations upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his family and companions. With great pleasure, I welcome you to the I-Bes 2022, the International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security. This I-Bes 2022 is presented by the Universiti Teknologi Malaysia and Universitas Air, Surabaya, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I-Bes 2022 is a platform for bringing together Universiti Teknologi Malaysia and Universitas Air, Surabaya, Indonesia researchers to exchange and share their knowledge and research results through this symposium. We aim to foster mutual understanding between the two institutions in establishing relationships and future collaboration in identified fields and expertise. With 3 keynote speakers, 6 plenaries, and 33 invited speakers, this virtual symposium focuses on current research in biomedicine and bioengineering, biorefinery, and energy security. This includes trends, challenges, and research solutions in the respective areas. Researchers can explore and discover new perspectives based on their current research through sharing and discussion with the speakers of each session. So I believe this platform can broaden the network of research contacts, which could lead to greater collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, scientific know-how has the potential to transform science and society towards sustainable development. However, the impacts need to be addressed to fill up the gap of the constitutes knowledge from high-quality research conducted. Working with a team, bridging the gap between knowledge and sustainable development, I-Bes 2022 focuses on unlocking this long-standing research question and bringing different disciplines to work together for new solutions toward sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, let me express in the name of the organizing committee our most sincere wish that the discussions and agreements from these efforts will positively contribute to the objectives of this symposium. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the keynotes, plenaries, invited speakers, moderators, and all the participants. Special thanks to the co-chairs for their wise advice and brilliant suggestions for the event, and the organizing committees who have all worked extremely hard on the details of important aspects of this symposium program. I'm sure you will find this symposium intellectually stimulating and exciting experience. All the best and thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alright, thank you Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Engineer Technologist Dr. Roshanida for your warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we would like to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasir, Rector Universitas Air, to deliver his speech. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning from Universitas Air, Surabaya, Indonesia. The Honorable Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail, Vice Chancellor of the Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. The Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Rosanida Abdurrahman, Chair of the Symposium. The Honorable keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Rusli Muhammad Ilyas from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, Professor Dr. Haslenda Hashim from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, and Professor Dr. Ninyoman Tri Puspaningsih from Universitas Air Langga, Surabaya, Indonesia. The Honorable Co-Chair of the Consortium, Associate Professor Dr. Ardiansyah Sahram from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, Professor Dr. Retna Absari from Universitas Air Langga, Surabaya, Indonesia. The Honorable invited speakers and moderators, both from Universitas Air Langga and Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, participants, researchers, representatives from partner institutions, academic community, and all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my utmost pleasure to meet you today at the International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security, or I-Bes 2022. It has been a great honor for Universitas Air Langga, Surabaya, Indonesia to cooperate with Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. The partnership between Universitas Air Langga and Universiti Teknologi Malaysia has established for over a decade and grows actively year by year. Together with the Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, with this year's theme on bridging knowledge towards sustainability, this international conference served as an international forum for researchers, practitioners, and academicians to exchange and share their ideas, particularly on the biomedical, biorefinery, and energy security subject related. Ladies and gentlemen, being the locus of excellence in research and education, universities are institutionally responsible for defining problems, shaping productive exchange, and generating evidence for action during the crisis. As a university, we have an important role in responding to a crisis to help shape and build resilience in our society. Our role is to provide a stepping stone to build a better future, and we are doing it through our education and research. As a global community, we face an array of global tests, particularly on climate change conditions that create new problems in the health, environmental, food, and energy security. Thus, the development of research toward the achievement of SDGs by 2030 becomes main focus of research and community development at this time. We must address the sustainability agenda to deliver improvement in efficiency and resource productivity. Therefore, research priorities are focusing in 6 fields, namely green economy, blue economy, digital economy, health, tourism and conservation, and food security research. We need to be prepared and anticipate the possibility of future crisis. One of its way is through the research. We do believe that we will not be able to work alone. Let us work together to strengthen our capacity and ensure that we will build back better towards a much healthier, and more productive world. Ladies and gentlemen, conferences such as this provide a valuable opportunity for research scientists, professionals, and decision makers to share experiences. I am grateful to the many experts who have come to share their knowledge this week. We want to learn from you. We want to hear your innovative ideas and experiences on how we can make best use of the emerging science during this difficult time. We can all be the change makers. In closing, allow me to express my gratitude again to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail, and all colleagues at Universiti Teknologi Malaysia for the long-standing partnership. We appreciate and admire the cooperation with your esteemed university in the field of education, research, and community services. Also, my highest appreciation goes to the organizing committee of the I-Bes 2022 who have directly and indirectly supported the success of this conference. The committee has organized a vibrant scientific program and working hard to present highly respected and internationally notorious speakers to lead it. Lastly, I wish you a very productive conference with exciting and encouraging discussion in exchange of knowledge, so that together we can anticipate a future of groundbreaking knowledge, research, and technology for humankind. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasir, for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Dr. Cici Sri Cahyandari, Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology Indonesia, to deliver her speech. Please welcome.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good morning, Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasir, Rector of Universitas Air Langga, the Honorable Professor Nino Mantri Puspaningsih, Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Community Services, Universitas Air Langga, the Honorable Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail, the Vice Chancellor of UTM, and Honorable Associate Professor Insinyur Dr. Rosanida Abdul Rahman, Chair of the Symposium, and Honorable Professor Ratno Apsari, the Co-Chair of the Symposium, the Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, participants, and ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, and may peace and prosperity be upon you all. And at this occasion, I'm very glad and honored to be invited on the International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security, which takes bridging knowledge toward sustainability as the theme of today's symposium. I believe that this symposium will bring more benefit for both universities and both countries to overcome a problem that occurs within the society by bridging the innovation and research result. As we know, a post of pandemic event, we are struggling to recover our society and economy. Therefore, we are working together through this symposium that might lead to recover our nation, our society through research and innovation. When I look through the rundown of the symposium, I found that many interesting topics which are very relevant to the current needs in the biomedical, biorefinery and energy security. As a neighboring country, Indonesia and Malaysia have rich resources to provide research in this field. Ladies and gentlemen, research and innovation in Indonesia should be more applicable to our industry and society. We encounter the gap between research and university with the problem in industry or society. This frame should be changed, so university should be present in society by bridging solution and innovation. Therefore, in our ministry, Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset and Teknologi, or Kemdikbudristek, has performed several strategic policy that are Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, or emancipated learning, and then Matching Fund Kedereka, as well as Science and Innovation Index, or SINTA. Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology has Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka program, which support the development of research and innovation within the campus in Indonesia. We are giving a freedom for lecturers, students, and university to open and build collaboration with partners outside educational sector, such as the industry and then institution, as well as collaboration across faculty and study program, and also international collaborations, such as we have the Indonesian International Student Mobility Award, or ISMA. We have created a program that supports the improvement of research for university and industry partner through the Matching Fund Kedereka. The Kedereka platform will be the foundation that will support the strengthening of the Indonesian industrial sector with the technology, innovation, and manufacturing independences. The form of support will be an incentive for university and industry that agree to cooperate. It is funded by one-to-one sharing costs, which means that university and partners spend the same amount of funding. The purpose of this also for the involvement of university students to become more competent in the future. So in the future, we hope that this research should be including and conducting hand by hand with the industry. Erlangga University is also one of the prestigious research university in Indonesia that also received grant from the matching fund scheme. So this program will downstreaming the research project from the university to the society or to the industry. Dear researchers and lecturers, since 2021, in the Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology has a new directorate that coordinating the research, technology, and community services. Actually, this directorate is a new one, so it returned the assignment of the research, innovation, technology, and community services from the previous institution, which is BRIN, to the Ministry of the Education, Culture, and Research and Technology. This directorate managed the SINTA, or Science and Technology Index, which was involved during the research dictee in since 2016. Currently, SINTA has been improved to monitor the strong and weakness of the field research of its university. It delivers access to citation and expertise in Indonesia, and it provides benchmark and analysis identification for research strength of each institution to develop collaborative partnership to analyze the strength of research and expert directories. Ladies and gentlemen, this symposium actually we hope that will strengthen the collaboration between the Universitas Air and University of Technology Malaysia. We hope that this collaboration can be broadened to the partnership in other academic sectors, especially bridging the research and innovation to industry. In conclusion, I hope that this symposium achievement its ultimate goal by providing high quality research that give impact to our society and better living in our planet. Have a fruitful discussion. Please enjoy the symposium and thank you. And wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Professor Dr. Cici Sri Cahyandari, for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, and now with much honor, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail, Vice Chancellor of UTM, to give his opening remarks and officiate the International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security, I-Bes 2022. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and greetings to all. A very good morning to Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasir, Rector Universitas Air, Professor Dr. Ni Nomantri Puspaningsih, Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Community Development, Universitas Air, Professor Dr. Rosli Mat Ilyas, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Ros Hanida binti Abdul Rahman, Chairman, International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security, or I-Bes 2022 UTM, Professor Dr. Retna Apsari, Co-Chair, International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security, Universitas Air, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Professor Dr. Rosli Mat Ilyas, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, UTM, and Professor Dr. Ni Noman Tripuspaningsih, Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Community Development, Universiti Air, Surabaya, for their efforts in forming bilateral relations between the two institutions, especially in research and innovation. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security 2022 with the theme of Bridging Knowledge Towards Sustainability from 19 to 21st June 2022. We are meeting today to advance towards a long-term research partnership between UTM and UNAIR in pursuit for knowledge exchange. As we know, academics play a crucial role in creating and sharing of knowledge, especially at higher education institutions. They can leverage on their abilities to communicate with different stakeholders using their access to diverse institutional and personal knowledge based in terms of geographic location and cultural context. The exchange of knowledge facilitated by academics allows the university to demonstrate its difference and distinctiveness, especially in research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, with the theme of bridging knowledge towards sustainability, this symposium will be focusing on the most recent scientific discoveries while identifying research gaps in biomedical, biorefinery, and energy security in sustainability-driven research academia. This 3-day symposium is an event intended to provide an exclusive platform between UTM and UNAIR researchers to showcase their findings and knowledge extension, as well as to foster effective communications and create shared values. This symposium should serve as a catalyst for the future research agenda of both institutions for the benefit of society, students, and universities. A big thank you goes out to each one of you for going that extra mile to make sure this symposium is a success. Ladies and gentlemen, a higher education roadmap has been developed to pave the way for further cooperation between Malaysia and Indonesia. In UTM alone, there are approximately 40 collaborations with Indonesia in education, including the collaboration we are having today. Before I end, thank you to all prominent researchers from UTM and UNAIR who will be sharing their experiences and knowledge in this symposium. I would like to thank the organizer again, both from UTM and UNAIR, for making this much needed symposium possible. I also believe that this international partnership will spark a new wave of world-class developments in research and innovation. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare the International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security between UTM and UNAIR officially open. Thank you. In the name of God for mankind. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alright, thank you Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi for officiating the I-Bes 2022 Symposium. And now we will watch the I-Bes 2022 video montage prepared by the organizing committee. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we assure you that this symposium will serve as a good platform in nurturing innovative minds through exchange of views and ideas. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to everyone for your kind presence here today. And now we will proceed with our first keynote session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome our distinguished guests for the keynote session today. Before we start, let me introduce our speaker to the audience. Professor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsih received the Bachelor Science degree in Chemistry from Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Air Langga, Surabaya in 1986. The Master Science degree from Department of Chemistry, Biochemistry, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Institute Teknologi Bandung in 1994, and the doctorate degree from Department of Biology, Microbiology, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Institute Pertanian Bogor in 2004. From 2011 to present, she appointed as the head of Proteomic Laboratory at Institute of Tropical Disease in Universitas Air Langga that rebuilt a Center for Biomolecular Engineering in 2019. From 2007 to 2017, worked as academic director at Universitas Air Langga, Then June 2017 until December 2019, she is appointed as Executive Director for Langga Global Engagement at Universitas Air. Since 2021 until now, she is appointed as Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Community Development. Related to the pandemic COVID-19, she is appointed as Coordinator of COVID-19 Research Product in Universitas Air. She has already published the research at international journal, also awarded of 2 national patents. The research collaboration is being done with overseas universities, research institute, and industries. She is actively also participated as invited speaker related to international collaboration on higher education strategy, output, and impact. Professor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsih is the steering committee Indonesian Society on Biochemistry and Molecular Biology and Asian Community of Glycoscience and Glycotechnology. She is also member of Indonesian Chemical Society, Indonesian Protein Society, Asian Microbiology Network, and Utilization. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, please welcome Professor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsih, Vice Rector for Research Innovation and Community Development of UNAIR, to deliver her keynote speech on the title, Strengthening the Global Academic Community to Foster Research Innovation and Community Development among his. Please welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Fadila. Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Dr. Fadila. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very greeting from Universitas Air. Very good morning. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi bin Ismail, Rektor Universitas Air, Professor Nasih, the Secretary of Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, Professor Cici Cahyandari, and all our colleagues from Universitas Teknologi Malaysia, Professor Rosli, and also the co-chair, Dr. Ardiansa, the chair, Professor Rosi Nida, and also from Universitas Erlangga, our colleagues, Professor Retno, and all the keynote speaker, invited speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So this morning, we would like also to share how Universitas Erlangga can open the international collaboration for research and community development. Of course, as already mentioned by our rector, Professor Nasi, and also the Secretary General, Professor Cici, mentioning that Indonesia also now is very focusing on industrial application from research to industry, and of course also from research to the community. So I would like to share how to strengthening this one for the global academic community among Universitas Erlangga and international institution partner, and also among Indonesian higher education. So please allow me to share my presentation. This is Dr. Fadila is already clear. The PowerPoint.
Yes, already appear in the screen.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Fadila. Yeah, so Universitas Erlangga, of course, we are also part of public university as a part of higher education of Indonesia. We would like to strengthening our global academic community to foster research innovation and also community development. Why we put both of research innovation and community development? Because as mentioned by also Prof. Cici as a representative from Directorate of Higher Education, Research and Technology, as a secretary, we already know that Indonesia have three strategic implementation of the higher education. The one is education, and the second one research, and the third one is community services or community development. So our university, of course, as a part of the public university, would like also to strengthening not only research, but together with the community services and community development. because now is we have shifted our paradigm or on higher education. That research it cannot only just doing in the laboratory, but also should be can be implemented in our society, national, local, or international. So why then, since last year, our rector, Professor Nasih, mentioning the one policy, strategic policy of implementation of our university, and namely is SMART or Smart University. So on research and community development, we have to do the M&A. So the M is meaningful of research and community development of services, and the A is advancing innovation, enterprising, and industrial linkage. I think both of these kind of research and community development also in line with the policy from the Ministry of Education and also research and technology, a part of higher education institution. So we would like to strengthening, of course, the meaning of our research and community services or also development. So in community development, it's mean that we can do the research together with the community. So why then, especially for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, I think Indonesia, Malaysia, we are part of United Nations, that they have a very big agenda to achieve the SDGs in 2030, 2030. So learning from the COVID-19, also mentioning by our rector and also Prof. Cici, and also from Vice Chancellor of UTM, Professor Datu Ahmad Fauzi, that we, of course, in as a higher education, we have a researcher, human, of course, as a researcher, lecturer, we do anything together with the other institution. So the collaboration before, I think all of us know related to the triple helix, but learning from COVID-19, the result of COVID-19, Indonesia already built consortium, national consortium. So it's mean that the national consortium, it's not only involve the researcher from higher education or university in Indonesia, but we are also like producing the vaccine of Merah Putih. We do together with the seven institution, two from the research institution and another five from university. So learning from that, we cannot only do by triple helix. So we should to extend our collaboration in the scheme of hexahelix, because we need our community to to know, to more knowing about what we do in our consortium, so then they can much more educated before our product will be delivered to them. So then we also need the mass media, because the mass media will be also deliver what we already done, and also what our result, and what can then we do for the next or in the future. And the next one is the NGO. So in NGO, non-government organization, this is also very important for us. Some of them can be also giving like sponsors as a sponsorship for what our higher education do for research and community development. Of course, in triple helix, we know government, academics or researcher, and also industry. This is, I think, more success what we learned from COVID-19, and also what we do for our research on COVID vaccine of COVID-19, or we call it vaccine Merah Putih. So based on this kind of the collaboration scheme, we will deeply strengthening this scheme of hexahelix in the future for doing the research together in local or national and international collaboration. So in Universitas Erlangga, also, of course, we are implemented the national policy for research priority in Indonesia, also to achieve the SDGs. Our government have 5 priority program, and also already mentioned by our rector that in Universitas Erlangga we will have 6 program. So the same with the national priority, the blue economy, green economy, health, and digital economy. So we add in our university for tourism with conservation. So why? Because we have an experience here related to the climate change, our environment, what happened now. We have so many problems with our environment. So we would like also to encourage the village or many kind of this island in Indonesia, because we are archipelago country, but not only exploring the natural resources, but also making them is more environmentally friendly. Yeah? So then we call it then conservation of our natural resources. So why tourism? We combining with conservation. And the other one, we add also the food security. We know now in Indonesia or maybe in Southeast Asia, we have a problem with the virus for our cow. We call it penyakit mulut dan kuku, yeah, mouth and also I don't know how to call it. Yeah, mulut dan kuku in Indonesia is increasing now. So that's one we also put the important thing about the food security. So from this research, as already also mentioned by the previous leader from Universitas Erlangga and also from Higher Education Institution of Indonesia, we would like also to make this result of the research can also be giving the outcome and impact to our community. So why the community engagement and research, would like to integrate each other, and then making the impact not only for our student like Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, but to the multi-stakeholder. So student, our government, like hexahelic scheme, our community also give a positive impact for them. The university, of course, national or international impact, and individual for the student, like individually for the researcher, individually also give the impact, and association of professional and consortium, like we done with the national consortium to face the pandemic of COVID-19, and of course also with the industry. So how Universitas Erlangga then do for this kind of approach for the community engagement? So we do by education approach, health, giving like educated people, and also society, and also give like the services, community services, and also the environmental education to our society, can be by the student, by also the researcher, our academia, and the community empowerment, especially on the small medium enterprises, because this one also in entrepreneurship program for the student in Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, part of this is internship with the small medium enterprises. So we would like to our student also open their mind that in the future we also very good to do the entrepreneurship or as becoming entrepreneur after they graduate for their study. So this is the scheme how Universitas Erlangga integrated the research result with the community engagement, or in community we also can doing the research, so community development and also services. So in this symposium, I would like to more um, exploring the global collaboration, because UTM and UNAIR, I think it's not the first time we meet together. I think we have already collaborated maybe in 1 decade, like 10 or 15 years, since 15 years ago, like in our faculty, we have also joined conference together in Icowobas maybe since 2007, if I'm not mistaken. So this one, I would like to share how Universitas Airlangga also can open the global collaboration in research and commodity development with Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. So we have two center to providing the international collaboration. The one is Airlangga Global Engagement. Airlangga Global Engagement, this is more in general international management for international collaboration, but the specific one for community engagement, we have WUACD, World University Association for Community Development. This is initiated by our rector, and we have around 21 members from Asian country and also from Europe and from Asia Pacific as our member. So we would like, of course, to establishing the global academic community through the development of leading, innovative, and also independent international activity. So both of these center will be managed or conducting all the international activity on research and also community development. So to do or to implement this kind of the center, we also have internally funding to international collaboration partner with the partner, international mandate research. We also have the scheme of top 100 university research collaboration with top 300, over top 500, almost with all university in global. And we have also matching fund. So Ibu Cici has already mentioned regarding to the matching fund Kedireka with sponsored by the Directorate of Higher Education and Research and Technology with the industry or matching fund Kedireka. So internally in Universitas Airlangga, we have also matching fund between Universitas Airlangga and university partner. So we hope in the future also Ibu Cici will opening matching fund Kedireka universitas in Indonesia with overseas university and industry. I think this one also will be more fruitful collaboration that can sponsored by our government. So in matching fund, the university partner and Universitas Airlangga will contribute equal contribution on funding. Yeah. So we also conducting this kind of matching fund for research, collaboration, and also for community development program. So we also have Airlangga grant for community, especially for community development program. And for international collaboration with the Airlangga Global Engagement, we have a young faculty, a young professor. It can be in academic or education. It can be also in research. It can be also in community development. So three pillars of higher education will also implement it in this kind of the young faculty or and also a young professor. We have also postdoctoral fellow. It can be also involving three pillars of our academic education. How about the research, innovation, and community development program in Universitas Airlangga in 2022? So this is the example what we do for international collaboration for research and community development. We have with Airlangga Global Engagement, we also conduct the Airlangga Global Scholar. So we invite all the UTM academia researcher to join this global scholar to work together with the faculty, to work together with the university at Universitas Airlangga in various fields of teaching, learning, research, and also community development. So we have three schemes, this program, Airlangga Postdoctoral, Academic Lecturer at Universitas Airlangga, and also Visiting Fellow. So the other one is research collaboration. So I'm already mentioned related to the research, international research mandate, and also with the top 100 and all, I think not only the top 100, 3, 5, and beyond of that. So we call it international research collaboration in the scheme 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the grant amount also various is depend on what kind of the scheme that we would like to join UTM or researcher from UNAIR and with the researcher from UTM. So why this international symposium from between UTM and Universitas Erlangga will be our researcher, our academia will be delivered their speech related to their research, so then we can have like a matchmaking among them. So we hope next year UTM and UNAIR can also join our international research collaboration with the scheme from our university, and also can be by the matching fund, Universitas Erlangga and UTM. The other program is mobility, also mentioning by Prof. Cici, that we have student exchange program, a staff exchange program, the mobility program with by the student or also by our staff. We have can be like a research lecture, can be academic lecture, can be also a postdoctoral fellow and also visiting fellow. I hope I also invite as the representative from Universitas Erlangga to UTM researcher, academia, and student to join this program. And this is the contact, the person in charge from Erlangga Global Engagement. I think researcher from UTM can contact him, Dr. Iman Harimawan, the director of Erlangga Global Engagement for the program research collaboration, mobility, or postdoc program and or visit fellow. So this is the example what we do for the matchmaking, yeah, Erlangga research matchmaking session with the Indonesian diaspora in UK. I think Malaysia, UTM are also very close with UK institution. So why I put this as our program, also I show as our example for this kind of international collaboration. So together, internal in UNAIR, we have 3 institutions. The Institution for Research and Community Development with Erlangga Global Engagement, also with BP BRIN. BP BRIN is more in the like downstream research program. So we can have like matchmaking a session between UTM and UNAIR. I think this symposium also the one that we start for this kind of the matchmaking program. So with the UK, we have around 36 proposal, and together with LPDP, we have 3 proposal to join LPDP, Universitas Erlangga, and UK. UK, they have call it UKICIS. UKICIS is UK Indonesian Science for Interdisciplinary Sciences. So this is also part of the UK diaspora program. This is the application. We have the application online from our website for research application. I think among the researcher with the partner, international partner, can be done by like Mandat or Top 100 and others. So we can do by online system. So this one is part of the UKICIS LPDP. Now the next, how about our community development program? So we know that Indonesia, also Universitas Erlangga would like to make the development or community development concept not by scheme of 2 or 4, because this one is more top-down, yes, program. So we would like to make the community self-empowerment. So we're designing with and by. So with Universitas Erlangga, with the society, society with us, and also by the society, they have maybe a problem, solve the problem. I think this one also in MBKM or Merdeka Belajar, we would like to make the student is more competent in their field, or also open their mind that community need them, need us to solve their problem or the issue that come from their area. So on SDGs, Indonesia also have the program for SDGs Desa. Desa, I think UTM Malaysia, we have the same Melayu, ya, kampung, I think, ya, kampung or desa. I think different, ya, kampung with desa. Desa is village. So the SDGs Desa is ushering rural Indonesia towards the global development goals. So we would like also the rural Indonesia area or island becoming also more empowering their community. So we have 3 pilot projects in our Universitas Erlangga. So now Prof. Retno is, I think, already in Bintan. This is the one of our pilot project, the border island in Bintan. This is, I think, very near with the Johor, yes, with Malaysia, with UTM, and also with Singapore. And we have another pilot project in remote island in Madura. We choose 4 islands, and they are very, I think, huge natural resources there. And one of these island, Gili is the second biggest oxygen resource in this island. So this is, I think, is very important uh, project in the future. So of course, I invite also UTM to join with us. And the third one, we have also the second campus in Universitas Erlangga in Banyuwangi. This is the coastal area. This is becoming the third pilot project from Universitas Erlangga to support our government on SDGs Desa or SDGs Village. So we make the village, it's not becoming our foster, but becoming our partner village. So this is, I think, we also save our paradigm from the 2-4 becoming with by, and the community can have the self-empowerment, and we call it partner village. Yeah. This is the floating hospital that due to reach the remote island in Indonesia, and we have already have several programs, especially on disaster management, because Indonesia also have so many like earthquake and also like flood and anything that we have beside the COVID-19 last year, and also the years before last year, we have also so many disaster in our country. So this floating hospital also reaches the remote area or disaster area. So together with the government, we also support our government for vaccination program in the remote area in Madura. So then this kind of the remote area becoming our pilot project. So we choose 4 island, Pulau Putran, Gililiang, Sapudi, and Raas. So why? Because they have also so many natural resources there. So we would like also to support the society, the community, to encourage them for like digital economy, green economy, and also the blue economy, of course, because this is more in the very used with the marine, yeah, marine product, and also the fisheries and marine product like seaweed and others. So we have also another pilot project for the community together with the research engagement, the border tourism. Now we will start this program next Monday, and also involving UTM. So we invite also researcher from UTM, researcher from NUS, and also researcher from University of Malaya. 3 partner university will also join this program because they are, of course, very close with this island, Bintan Island. And we are improving, strengthening the tourism program and also conservation with this area. So we can see here that Bintan is also part of the tourism area from Singapore people and also Malaysian. The last one, we have the last pilot project is in Banyuwangi. We have marine station there, and also we have teaching industry. This is also part of university implementation on research result. Yes, to give more impact to industry and of course to our country. So we build teaching industry of glucosamine. We know that glucosamine Indonesia is 90% still imported from overseas. So we will also empowering the fishermen people to produce more high quality of their product, because the problem of our product to can export it to other country is the quality. So when we will develop more technology there, like we can see in this modeling that can done by also our Faculty of Science Technology, Advanced Technology and Multidiscipline, and supporting by Social and Political Science, Faculty of Economy. So we do this program by multidisciplinary approach. The global community development, another center of especially for global community development, we have WUACD. This one is established in 2018. We have around 21 members from Asia and Europe, and also from Asia Pacific. And we also would like to invite UTM to join with us, and we can also do together, maybe in Johor or community development program, can be in Indonesia, can be in Malaysia, and also can be in another other university partner community program. So from community program, we have Erlangga Grant and Matching Fund, and already selected. Both of this program, Erlangga Grant is fully funded by Universitas Erlangga, but Matching Fund is equally contributed by both part, Universitas Erlangga and university partner. So this I think the sixth proposal that's already selected and granted is not only involve the university member, but can be also invited another researcher like from Brazil, from UK, even though they are not our WACD member, but they can be the co-PI from this project. So I think this program, we can also invite maybe UTM in next year program. So this is the researcher who already selected by us from Malaysia, and also from other university, UK, and also this one. I think one of our invited speaker, Professor Prativi, also invited of this program. So we also have international conference. I hope we can do by offline or hybrid. I hope UTM researcher can join with us with this conference together with the board meeting, summit meeting with our members in Universitas Erlangga. It can, I think it will be held on next October. So I hope UTM will also join this program. As I think as a new member, we can invite and you can introduce your university related to community research and community engagement. We have also summer program webinar, gender, disability, and social inclusion, and also Olympic program, thematic program for special need children, and distance learning program for developing distance learning module for student in low service area. So I think this is the contact person. The PIC of WACD Universitas Erlangga is Dr. Prativi Susilawati. She is the secretary, and you can contact her maybe if UTM would like to become part of also our member. I think this is sharing from Universitas Air to invite UTM to join with us on research and also community engagement. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you, Professor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsih, for your keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to express our deep appreciation to Professor Dr. Nino Mantri Puspaningsih for the keynote sharing session just now. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly stay on this platform as the next agenda is our Symposium Session 1, which will begin shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. And now we would like to invite all attendees and participants to switch on the camera and use the I-Bes 2022 virtual background for the group photo session. So everyone get ready, technical and cameraman of the day. Please get ready and please give your best smile on the camera with a count 1. End of the first session of I-Bes 2022 opening and keynote speech. With that, have a pleasant day and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I will pass over the next session to Mr. Kamarul Arifin bin Hassan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security. My name is Kamarul Arifin bin Hassan, and I'll be your moderator for the session today. It's been our pleasure to coordinate this event, and I wish you all a pleasant day. You may also follow this event through our DVCRI Facebook and YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the guests and speakers. Before we begin, I want to highlight a few important points for our event today. Please take a look at your chat box. In the chat box, you may find the guidelines for the WebEx meeting of the symposium and also the attendance form. Don't forget to fill it in by clicking the link provided in the chat box. You may also find the program book for I-Bes in the link provided. As you look into the program kit, today is the session for Biomedical and Healthcare Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, today's morning session will be divided into two subsessions with a forum where questions and answers will take place. All presenters are requested to stay on this WebEx platform until the end of the forum. If you have any questions about this symposium, please get in touch with us through the private chat box. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me introduce our chair of this session, Dr. Ahmad Zahran bin Mat Khuzairi from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Dr. Ahmad Zahran bin Mat Khuzairi has been with the Universiti Teknologi Malaysia since February 2007, serving UTM for 15 years under various faculties. Starting from the College of Science and Technology under the Department of Mechanical Engineering, he has since transferred to several faculties and has been tasked to become the Deputy Director of IJN UTM Cardiovascular Engineering Center, Head of Department for Clinical Engineering. And in 2017, he was tasked as the Director for IJN UTM Cardiovascular Engineering Center, and now is the Chair of the School of Biomedical Engineering and Health Science. His area of research is mainly on the cardiovascular engineering and rehabilitation engineering area. For example, on stent, left ventricular assist device, cannula tube, and exoskeleton for rehabilitation. Doctor, the floor is in your hands.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Thank you very much, Mr. Kamarul. My name is Zahran, and I will be the chair for the morning sessions. Kamarul, can I share the screens?
Yes, doctor, please.
Thank you very much. So with me in the morning sessions, we have several speakers. Allow me to give out in general the area of the participants and presenters for today. Right. In the morning sessions, we have several researchers. The first is the plenary speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Shahrums, and then the others invited speakers from UNAIR, Professor Dr. Suryani Diastuti, Professor Dr. Air Dr. Rubita Suleiman from UTM, and then the fourth one is Dr. Tanza Permata Satyana Putri from UNAIR, and lastly, Professor Dr. Muhammad Al-Haruskullah Idris. So allow me to start off with the first speaker today, which is the plenary speaker, Dr. Aldi. So Dr. Aldi will be presenting his research on, with the title of Novel Approach to Temporary Implants, Degradable Orthopedic Implant Produced from Biodegradable Metals. But before that, allow me to read some of his. I would like to introduce Dr. Ardi. So Dr. Ardi, his full name is the Professor Dr. Ardiasha Shahrums, and he was born in Kuala Tungkal, Indonesia in 1978. Has been and now he is one of the celebrated researchers here in UTM. Has been with us since 2013. Now he has been in 2012 as a visiting lecturer in Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, and afterwards he is the senior lecturer at Solid Mechanics and Design Faculty at Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. At the same time, he is also the director of Medical Device Technology Center, Institute of Human Center Engineering, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia since 2018. But before that, he was the director of Sport Innovation and Technology Centers, also under Institute of Human Center Engineering from 2015 to 2018. He had his first degree in Bachelor in Engineering of Mechanical Engineering from Universitas Bung Hatta, and he did his Master in Engineering in Mechanical Engineering and PhD in Mechanical Engineering as well from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Ardiansyah. Just with the title, so Novel Approach to Temporary Implant Degradable Orthopedic Implant Produced from Biodegradable Metals. Please, Dr. Adi, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Zahran. I will try to share my slide first. Is it my slide is clear, Dr. Zahran?
Yes, I can see that clear. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Today, I will try to present is a novel approach to temporary implant, biodegradable orthopedic implant produced from biodegradable metals. Okay, I start slightly highlight about actually this symposium is for how we can collaborate each other. I try to attract our counterparts from Universitas Air Langga maybe can join in this project, so we can work together more closely. Okay, I try to introduce a little bit about the I-humans. Yeah, in UTM there is a research institute we call Institute Human-Centered Engineering. In the Institute Human-Centered Engineering, there is 4 centers. Yeah, the first is IGN UTM Cardio Center. After that is Magic X Media and Game Innovation Center of Excellence, and Sport Innovation and Technology Center (SITC), and last but not least is Meditex Medical Device and Technology Center. So we join together with various faculty, various school, and various expertise. You know, we form together, and in the end we can develop something that is related for the humans device. Okay, in Meditex, yeah, Meditex is established in the 2000 February in 2019. Yeah, is just 3 years now. But previously we have medical device and technology group, Meditech also. But in the G is a group that was formed actually from August in 2006. From that one, we convert that is a research group is become a research center. Okay. In the Meditex, yeah, in Meditex, we have focus. Yeah, we focus. The first is the implant technology. It's not only on orthopedic, but is others implant also. Yeah, include on the dentist, dental implants, and another one is the bioinstrumentation and the bioinformatics. Yeah, our target is become global referred center in medical device. Okay, in Meditex team 2022, yeah, we have 2 professors, 1 associate professor, 5 senior lecturers, and 1 research officer, and 1 technical skill, technical staff. And we have here, I'm as a director in Medical Device Technology Center, and Deputy Director is Dr. Nurahana Yusuf. There is a Prof. Hasbullah, yeah, Prof. Hasbullah, Professor Dr. Hasbullah, and Professor Dr. and Dr. Asnida, and Dr. Asnida, Dr. Hasrul, yeah, Dr. Iza, and Dr. Aisha. Yeah, there is my research officer is Dr. Encik Zul, and technical staff is Encik Wans. Okay, this is our team. We invite to Universitas Air Langga to join. We have a good collaboration with the Universitas Air Langga. Okay, I start with the research background. Yeah? In the why we need a temporary implant, actually, this is the basis. We have number road accident in Malaysia is 507,000 accidents in the road. Yeah. And we have occupational accident in Malaysia is 32,000. And from that one is there is a major injury, yeah, in the body part, lower limb, upper limb, head, and multiple location. Yeah, that is the fact. And the major type injury is the fracture, wound, internal injury, sprain, and the strain. And another is source of why the need of the implant is our population in Malaysia is 60 years old and over. This quite lots numbers. Yeah, that is 3.6 million in 2021. This is how the mapping in Malaysia. I start study also in the Indonesia. Yeah. A good thing is actually in the road accident in Indonesia is very less. yeah, is 1.5. Yeah, that is 100,000 accident in the road. And occupational accident in Malaysia is 82,000, yeah, accidents. So like 4 times compared with Indonesia, compared with Malaysia. The same, the major injury is the same, yeah, it's a lower limb, upper limb, head, a multi-location. Also in the major type injury, exactly the same, the fracture, wound healing, internal injury, and the sprain and the strain. The population is population age 65 years and above is really huge. It's 29 million in 2021. Yeah, this is actually a huge market actually for the implant technology. Yeah, this is just 2 countries, which is 30 million in Malaysia, is 300 million in Indonesia. If you are looking in the Southeast Asia, is around the 6 million population. That is huge population. Yeah, around 10% is from the world population. Okay, this is why we need temporary implant. Yeah, in the normal implant, the complication rate for orthopedic surgery, yeah, there is complication rate about 12.7%. Yeah, 246 over 1,960 case. That is the complication rate. Yeah, that is huge number of complication rate. So means 1 in 10 patient. Another one is the inappropriate size or design for orthopedic implant. That cause is the bone, the implant itself is make another failure. Yeah, let's say the implant, if you see in the figure here, yeah, and the implant is can't support because too small, sometimes is not suitable type of the fracture. Yeah, and sometimes is too big. Appropriate size of the implant and design specifically for that fracture. So at least we can produce a good implant. Currently in the market, there is a standard size actually. There is a small, medium, and large size. That is depend of our anthropometrics. That is, you like it or not. Yeah, if your body is slightly big and you got the L size. Actually, the L size actually on the Europe size is not for our is Asian size. That is too big to us. So that means you need to remove a lot of bone actually. And another one is repeated or second surgery for the implant. With the temporary implant, you can reduce, you no need for you to repeat or the second surgery for the implant. Once you have the implant will degrade automatically after the bone good healing. So there is a side effect, yeah, from the repeated surgery or second surgery. The first is cause is infection. Second is nerve damage, and 12% is the incomplete removal, and impairing. Another one is this the highest percentage is the impairing wound healing. Yeah, and the others because the second surgery refracture, bleeding, thrombosis, and colloid development. That is side effect from the second surgery for the implant. That's why we need to propose a new approach. Yeah, we need to propose the new approach, which is temporary implant. So we can solve this problem at least. This is example. Yeah, this is a few example that is we can develop temporary implant or the biodegradable metal implant. There is not limit. Uh, we need to selected. It's not all the implant we able to produce with the temporary. Such as in the stent implant, we can use a temporary implant. Let's say in the plate, maybe we can produce an implant. But in the hip implant, knee implant, every joint, you can't produce for degradable. Yeah, because they need to support for the whole life. Yeah, let's say in the knee implant, if the degradable means you need to produce another implant. Yeah, we need to select it. It's not all the implant able to apply the biodegradable or the temporary implant. Yeah, you need to focus. Let's say in the plate, implant, or another one is like Dr. Jaran expert is the stent, for the blockage in the okay, in the actually in basically OOA formulated for basic principle which have become a guidance in internal fixation. Yeah, the first is anatomic reduction, the fracture reduction and the fixation to restore anatomical relationship. So that is the first function. The second function is stable fixation, means the implant will have support, yeah, fracture fixation, provide absolute or relative stability as required by the patient, the injury and the personal, the fracture. So means if the stable enough, then your bone growth will be better and faster. Another one is early active mobilization. Yeah, with a good implant, they help the patient, yeah, can early more become active compared without implant. Currently, if you have the fracture, the companies or the government give the uh, uh, holiday around 3 months to 6 months. Actually, that is painful to the government or the company. They paid more to the patient. Actually, he can't do the job. Actually, that is economically is not good. So the target is that how the implant able to become the produce the good healing for the bone and increase the productivity and mobilize. That is another target for the implants actually. And last is preserve blood supply. Actually, another big function. The successful rate of the implant is the preservation of the blood supply. Without the blood supply, that is impossible for the bone is grow nicely. Yeah, so the implant need to produce, yeah, or you need to supply like a growth factor. So in the end, there is a vascularization surround of the fracture site of the bones. Okay, in the biodegradation concept, yeah, this is a normal. This is normal. In the first 7 days, there is inflammation. Yeah, there is inflammation period. Okay, in the end, there is a bone healing period 3 till 6 months, and in a year, actually, that is start for the develop the bone strength. So this one is actually the target for our implant. That is how our implant able to sustain till 3 to 6 months. If you have to growth factor, maybe the initiate is not 3 months. Maybe we can produce 2 months to 4 months for that implant sustain in our bodies. Yeah, after that the implant start to degrade. By the time the implant is disappear in our body, then the bone is really good strength. Yeah, the material we produce is new biodegradable, which is magnesium and plus alloying. Yeah, the gold standard for degradation rate actually 0.02 millimeters per year. I believe with the alloying that is difficult to accept. Yeah, to achieve 0.02 millimeters per year, then we need to coating. Yeah, coating another layer, so that a coating is can be any material. Then you can incorporate with the growth factor. Okay, this is another in the implant development framework. You need to have implant, a good material implant. Yeah, so meaning that is biocompatible. And another one is you need to good anatomical. So in this implant, we try develop based on our anatomical. The best thing from Malaysia, we have 3 ethnics, which is Malay, Chinese, China, and India, which is if you total from that one, that is more than 50% the world population. Yeah, if you able like India 1.3 billion, China is 1.4 billion. In Malay with Southeast region, there is totally a Malay. That is the size. So means if you study anthropometric study in Malaysia, you can claim is around the 60% people, human population in the world. Another one is the become tissue host. Yeah, that is how our implant able to grade, capture, become supply as vascularization in the fracture site. Another one is immunology response implanted in material. This is really important. That is how you able produce the new material with a good immunology response. That is the best thing from that material actually. And this is biodegradable implant planning. The first is we study anthropometric study, and the end is another importance is patient perception study. This one is really important. We able as engineer, we able produce the implants, but another difficulty actually is how we can convince the surgeon want to use our implants. That is another problem. We need to convince the surgeon to want use the implant that we are developed. That is we can develop, but the surgeon want to use, that is waste of the energy. That's why we need to convince of the surgeon how to use they want to use our implant. Another one is material development and in vitro study. And third is the implant design and development. And the fourth is publication process. That is how we study and the process, the optimum process can produce the good implant, effective process, and in the end is cost effective, because the manufacturing process actually consists of 50% of the total cost of the implant. And in the end, we study in the FIFO study. Yeah? Actually, we have another, in the implant development, Normally, we need times, yeah, around 10 years. Yeah. So we target 10 years from now, we have a biodegradable implant, or we have aggressively enough, then maybe we can shorter is become 6 or 7 years of become is commercial. Okay, we have done in the preliminary study actually. We have study on the pure magnesium. We try to simulate, yeah, how capability of the pure magnesium handle the as a load bearing of the implant. Yeah, this is another example. Actually, with the pure magnesium, this is commercial pure magnesium. Yeah, that is able uh, 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 sustain of the load bearing of the our body. This is in the femur. We apply in the femur. That is absolutely good. And we have another basic study also is we do the dynamic degradation of porous pure magnesium for the bone replacement. And we can see here that is actually the good, yeah, magnesium has good biocompatible. We also study on the degradation rate of the implant. We see also the degradation of the mechanical properties. That is which is not exactly good, but at least give good signals. Yeah, then we need to able to develop implant later. Yeah, this is the in vivo study.
Dr. Adi, sorry, I mean, could you please wrap things out because we still,
okay, thank you, Dr.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, this is the FISM image in the osteoblast cell and the collagen coated, yeah, within 18 days culture. That is good for the cell. Also, this is another osteoblast cell. It's not only grow in the surface, but it can. We have sample in the porous. They can jump, from the another surface to another surface. So this is existing degradation rate of the material. Actually, if you're looking on the pure magnesium as casting, yeah, degradation rate is high, is 407 millimeters per year. Actually, is really high. That is the challenge for us to develop to reduce. Yeah, with the alloying, we can reduce the degradation rate. This is example. Implant. Yeah, this is another study. Yeah, we coat with the ceramic, then the degradation rate is become good. Yeah, after 1 month, it's become 0.1 millimeters per year. So 4 months is 0.07. Yeah, per year, and 7 months is 0.2 millimeters per year. Yeah, that is a really good signal actually. This is the criteria for the biodegradable metal, yeah, biocompatible and biosafety. That is must. And second, acceptable mechanical strength and ductility. We target mechanical is more than 200 megapascal. If you are looking, the initial study is 100 something megapascal. That means that is good enough for the initial. We need to manage 0.5 millimeters per year. With the alloying and the coating, we can manage able to get 0.5 millimeter per year. Yeah, and we can control degradation with the coating. Okay, this is the implant that we target. Yeah, I hope we can produce together. And in UTM, always the speed is our culture. In collaboration with our commitment, we have the commitment to work together with the Universitas Air, and resilient is our ultimate aspiration. This is for our Vice Chancellor, Professor Datuk Technologist Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Ismail. Thank you very much, Dr. Zahra.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aldi, for the talk. For those who have questions, could you please put it into the chat box? So I will read it later on during the Q&A forum sessions. Now we are going to go for the second speaker. Okay, I'm just going to share a little bit. Okay. So our second speaker is from UNAIR, Professor Dr. Suryani Dia Astuti. And her titles of presentations is Photopia Modulation Effect of Low Laser Therapy and Update. But before that, could you allow me to read a little bit on her? Okay, Professor Dr. Suryani Diasuti was born in Klaten, Central Java in 1969. She obtained her SSI in Physics from Gajah Mada University, MSI in Physics from Institut Teknologi Bandung, and then she graduated from in Physics in PhD at Langga University in 2011. Currently, she is the professor at the Department of Physics, Faculty of Science and Technology at Langga University. She has now around 15 years of experience in photodynamic therapy and instruments of light source. Scientific productions counts on over 150 papers, and around 57 of them published in peer-reviewed high-ranked international journals. She produced also an inventor of 14 national patents, 7 products on various technologies, and have more than 10 invited talks in national and international conferences. In professional organizations, she is recently a member of the Associations of Indonesian Physicists and also Indonesian Medical Physics Associations. Current research on photobiomodulations, photosensitizer for PTT, ozone technology for decontamination of food and herbal medicines, electronic nose technology for food quality detections, and dental e-nose for early detections of dental disease. With that, I give the platform to Professor Dr. Suryani Dia Astuti. Please, Professor, the floor is yours. I will have to remind you that you have around 20 minutes of presentations. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Syahran. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greeting to all. Hopefully everyone is healthy and happy. Thank you. I would like to share about our research. I'm sorry, clear our presentation? Dr. Syahran?
Yes, I can see. Could you please put it into the slideshow?
Okay. Okay, today I would like to present our study about photo inactivation of and photopia modulation of low-level laser therapy, an update. For the outline of our research, this is a background, a mechanism of PDI and FDM, and a preclinical and clinical study, product and research collaboration. As background of our study, we know if dental and oral disease occupy 10 diseases that people complain about, increasing from year to year, caries, periodontitic, endodontic, etc. One after tooth extraction and periodontal surgery. We know in year 2007 is about 23.5%, and improve in 2013 about 25.9%. So for the effort made to overcome the problem of dental and oral disease, among others, is preventive and systemic effort like scaling, root planning, gingivectomy, curettage, and periodontal surgery, and antibiotic. With this effort, is and this consequence is bleeding gums, pocket drop, loss of tooth attachment, and antibiotic resistance. So we offer a curative method with a photodynamic inactivation and a photopia modulation. This is the method, photodynamic method that combines light source with photosensitizer and oxygen to produce a free radical that will kill the pathogenic microbes and stimulate cell regeneration. So PDI is a therapy method using light and photosensitizer that is the non-toxic molecule. The PDI mechanism starts from the absorption of light energy by photosensitizer that corresponding.
Sorry, I think the slides that we are looking is not moving from the first
chemistry and photobiology. And this is
Professor Suhani, I mean, sorry,
yeah.
On which slide are you on? Because we are seeing slide number 5 at the moment. It's still slide number 5? Oh, okay. Because
Okay.
it doesn't goes to doesn't move
slideshow. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
not sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll just okay. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay. The first step is photophysics, which can be explained through quantum physics, which can be namely the transfer of electron from the PS molecule to the absorption of light energy, which will then trigger a chemical reaction. So this is the chemical reaction is a photochemistry. There are two types of photochemistry that and the transfer energy in the type 2 photochemistry and then transform mode in the type 1 of photochemistry. And then the photochemistry next step is a formation of hydrogen peroxide to the occurrence of a singlet oxygen. And high concentration of hydrogen peroxide and singlet oxygen can form a hydroxyl radical reaction, who also produce from metal ions such as iron, and copper through Fenton reaction. And then the photobiology reaction, effect of a radical in the produce of a photodynamic therapy is damage to the cytoplasmic membrane, allowing a leakage of cellular contents or inactivation of membrane transport system and enzyme that cause peroxidation and lipid and membrane protein. And this is the bacteria cell wall. Yeah, 90% of a singlet oxygen react to the cell lipid layer and protein in the bacterial cell wall, and then causing damage to the cytoplasmic membrane and denaturation of protein and cell lysis occurs. And then the second is a photobiomodulation. What is the photobiomodulation? Is a non-thermal method that utilizes light rays in the visible and infrared spectrum at lower power. PBM in cell will stimulate the cell growth and proliferation and differentiation. This is the mechanism of photobiomodulation. So administration of photobiomodulation therapy will increase mitochondrial respiratory chain and increase the ATP level in brain tissue and releasing NO, ROS, and intracellular calcium, which causes wound healing and prevent tissue death by activating transcription factor. Yes. Okay, this is the biomodulation effect. Yeah. So in the biomodulation effect can wound healing, pain modulation, and inflammatory reduction. So our clinical trial in the preclinic with in vivo test, has been carried out on experimental animal, and we use clinical trial for safety performance about 10 to 20 subjects for pilot clinic, and for pivotal clinic about 150 subjects. Photopia Modulation case and case after a tooth extraction with parameter PGE2, HBG2, and IL-1 beta as test parameter. So this is the result of in vivo study. There is a significant difference between the red laser treatment and compare the other treatment group, the healthy, wounded, and povidone iodine, doxycycline, and blue laser. And the test is a histopathology anatomy and immunochemistry. Yeah. This is the significant difference of each treatment for all sample group, including the number of lymphocytes. Yeah. This is a lymphocyte and fibroblast and blood vessel. Yeah. There are improve or the number of the three parameter. And this is a comparison in the lymphocyte, fibroblast, and formation of blood vessel between treatment group. This is, and then for IL-1 beta with comparison number with other group and collagen. So we know this is the result of the in vivo study. And the clinical trial, we use 10 subject for the pilot study and 150 for the pivotal study. This is the picture of our clinical trial. And the treatment process, step 1 is irrigate with doxycycline in a lower concentration, about 0.1%, and then after about 1 minute, we can illuminate in the target for 60 seconds. And this is the case report of gingivitis. In the case of gingivitis, we treatment with blue laser, and after 3 treatment, shown the wound healing in the gingivitis. And the case of braces, yeah, this is after treatment, and 3 treatments is okay. And this is a coronally position flap. And this is a tooth extraction in the H0. And this is after tooth extraction and treat with red laser and treated, yeah, and third day and of 5th day. So in the third day is so good condition for the teeth after tooth extraction. And this is the another case report of tooth extraction. With we look at the score gingival index. This is the 1 day and after extraction and after illuminate with laser, and in the 3rd day and 5th day. Okay, result of our clinical trial treatment with a red diode laser in post-extraction patient function as anti-inflammatory and increases the healing response of the gingival epithelium. The result showed a significant improvement based on the observation of a gingival index, which saw healing on the 3rd and 5th day. So I think this result lower than naturally treatment about 7 days. So the cytokine component IL-1 beta and PGE2 in saliva are increased in the setting of periodontitis and appear to be significantly decreased after treatment with a red diode laser. And the result of this study shown that the administration of red diode laser was able to reduce HBD2 levels and saliva in the post-extraction of group. So this is our product. We can produce many product of source light source with 40 patents and 7 products. 3 of our products can produce by industry, and we patent and e-catalog in Indonesia. This is our research and collaboration for photodynamic therapy. We collaboration with dentistry of Universitas Air, then a pharmacy as in a photosensitizer product, dentistry for treatment in the human, and this is our international collaboration from Harvard University, and Denny Arifianto is our collaboration from the vocational UNAIR as in the instrumentation, and I am as leader of this photodynamic therapy research group. This is our webinar collaboration about the current research in photodynamic therapy. Okay, and our future study, we can improve the EPDT, antimicrobial photodynamic therapy activated by pulse electric field to improve effectivity on bacterial, planktonic, and biofilm. And we can produce instrument to sterilization of the tools in the dental tools. And the future study, we can improve in vivo study of Photopia Modulation application to stimulate organ dysfunction combined with acupuncture. So we can collaboration with acupuncturists in Indonesia. Okay, thank you very much for our presentation. I hope this presentation is useful for all of us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Professor Tusriani Stuti from UNAIR. Very interesting. So there is one questions, but I think we're going to ask Professor Suryani at the end of the sessions. Thank you very much. So we are going to go to the next presenter. Yes?
Excuse me, can I ask the question?
Sorry, I mean, we are trying to put all the questions at the end of the sessions, which is, I think, around another 40 minutes. So if you can just put the questions in the chat box, I will be very appreciated. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Right. So we are now, I'm going to introduce our next speaker from UTM, Professor I-R, Dr. Sudirman. And her presentation's title is Psychophysiological Indicators for Assessing the Influence of Audio Aromatherapy Stimulations on Cognitive Performances among High School Students. So Professor I-R, Dr. Robita binti Sudirman, PhD SMIE, is a professor at the School of Electrical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, and her expertise is on biomedical signal processing, speech and auditory, electrocoagulography, rehabilitation engineering, and electronics and medical advice. She is a highly reputed professor with various experiences in a lot of areas, program accreditations and evaluations, for grant panel evaluator, editors and chief journals, of course, supervisor and mentors for professional qualification. Since she is a professional engineer herself, and of course, journal reviewer in nationals, internationals for journals. And she also served as a technical program committee and advice committee in various committees in UTM and at the national levels. With that, I welcome, I'm going to give these platforms towards back to Professor Dr. Robita Sudirman to present her talks. Please, Professor.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And put this into a slide. Okay, can you hear me well and see my slide, Dr.
Yes,
Zahra?
Professor. Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, so I shall start my presentation as mentioned by Dr. Zahran. Title is, as you see on the slide, Psychophysiological Indicator for assessing the influence of audio aromatherapy stimulation on cognitive performance among high school students. Yeah, myself is from School of Electrical Engineering, and I'm also a research fellow in Medical Devices and Technology Center in UTM. Okay, as an introduction, for those who are not familiar with what is meant by cognitive, it is things that is related to think about our thinking and how we reason things and how we remember things that we read, look, or hear, and things like that. So that is basically what cognitive is. Okay. Okay, as the background, this research on cognitive performance is about looking into the conducive situation for students to learn. So we know that students normally are engaged with their learning about 8 hours like that, or maybe more. Yeah, that is 8 to 6 hours is probably the typical one, but most of them will spend more than those hours in order for them to study. And this is also to promote meaningful learning experiences for the students, so that it will increase the students' attention on their studies. That way, it is also will be able to motivate them in their studies as well as reduces their stress during their study process. So the aim of the study or the research is to obtain an optimum cognitive performance on their learning, on the students' learning. Okay, so basically the evaluation of cognitive performance is will be based on their verbal abilities as well as their thinking abilities. So those are about what is cognitive performance all about. And this can be looked by what they have done, and the result is so subjective. It will behave based on their behavior also and their body responses. All these body responses is what we meant by psychological responses in the title just now. Okay. In this research area, you might have heard about short-term memory, long-term memory. So this is the kind of thing that we are investigating in this research, how we can make the short-term memory good for the student, or how the long-term memory can be recalled in order for them to remember what they have learned before. Yeah. Okay. So that is the partly of the aim of the study. So as the problem statement, why we want to study or we want to perform the research is to see why the student is losing their memory. Not losing their memory, actually losing some of the things that they have learned. So that is kind of like a failure to remember what they have learned or to retrieve what they have learned. And also we want to find out how the senses or how human senses can be stimulated in order to increase their cognitive performance. So what we have seen from the research and from the literature review are stimuli that has been given to the students on making their study is more is better than without the stimulation. So the stimulation that we have done before is music and also visual. Okay, so this time what we want to include in our study is the senses on fragrance. So we want to give some stimuli on fragrances because this is part of the gap that is not done by many researchers yet. So we want to combine. So before we have audio. So this time we want to combine with fragrance stimuli. So we have more than one stimulus, for the study. Okay. So when we want to carry out the study, of course, you have to ask yourself what are the types of audio that you can give to the students, or let them hear what kind of music or what kind of noises. What are the noises that is affecting them? What are the noises that is normally in the surrounding? So kind like that. So from that, we want to determine the most effective audio aromatherapy stimulation to see their cognitive performance. And then how the body responses. So for that particular question, we want to investigate what is the effect of audio aromatherapy stimulation towards their psychophysiological responses. I'll show you in a little bit what are those psychophysiological responses. We have like 12 of them. Okay, so last question will be the last objective of the research, which is built from the research question, is the association of the body responses to the cognitive performance. So you want to see what are the relation between those two, or how we can formulate a method, or what kind of audio with what kind of fragrance that will make the optimum cognitive performance. Okay, as for the literature review, you know that our ear can hear between 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. So that is the range of our ear audibility. So basically, sounds is defined as a mechanical vibration, which it is there are bones behind our ear right here, our ear, where they vibrate, and it can where you can hear the sounds with different frequencies. This spectrum in this graph shows some mostly used stimulus in this kind of research as audio stimulation. So there are quite many. So it depends on what kind of research that we want to see, or we want to find out and select the proper audio that is suitable for our research. Okay, so it can range from very loud audio to the very soft one. So we have to select a proper one for our research. Okay. In this particular literature review, this is a literature review related to audio effect for cognitive study. Okay, if you see on the very left column, there are the kind of audios, the types of audios that has been exposed to the participants with the different age of participants, but mostly is in the adults range. Either they are from college student, or they are from workers who are exposed to noises. So we want to see how their hearing is reflecting to our audio stimulation. But we can see right here on the second one, subject will perform better in relaxing music stimulation. I think this is pretty, you can hear this very common, where students or people will be more relaxed if they listen to a relaxing music, okay, rather than the noisy one, or having it in the noisy surrounding, something like that. Okay. This is just a continuation with kind of noises, audio effect in terms of noises, rather than the type of music that you have, that we can expose to the participants. Okay, but mostly will work well in white noise. White noise is a kind of good noise, even though it's called noise, but it's kind of a good noise. Okay. Let's see, when we have the second stimulation, which is the aromatherapy, we heard this so typical. People use aromatherapy to make people relax, yeah? And lavender is the most used one in order for you to relax. But this research will prove scientifically with statistics, things like that, in order to prove what is being claimed by aromatherapists. Okay, so we are scientists, so we will do in terms of research proof and statistics, right? So I don't have to go through this one very detailed, because this is kind of very easy to understand, and where therapy using aroma is a good way of relaxation. Okay, as for the stimulation again, actually, scientifically, we can classify aromatherapy to different types of therapy, where we can see 5 of them right here. First one is the cosmetic aromatherapy. We have the massage, we have the medical and olfactory, where we have the senses just now, and also psycho-aromatherapy. So what we want to look is the olfactory, where it involve the senses. And then how the aromatherapy works. So this is the mechanism of the action involve integration of essential oil, where we have different kinds of smell. In other words, okay, so that the biosignal of the receptor cell can detect what is the kind of that essential oil that is exposed to them. And then the signal is transmitted to the limbic and hypothalamus parts of the brain, which is involved with the olfactory. So this signal can cause brain to release neuromessengers. So they will tell what is that kind of essential oil, or the sense that the smell that they sense from by their olfactory. Okay. So that it will be stimulating their mind, so that it will get either that kind of essential oil is good for them, or they don't like that kind of smell. That will tell whether they are relaxed or not. Okay, if they reject, then it is not the kind that is relaxing them, or otherwise. Yeah. Right. In this slide, this is some literature on the aromatherapy effect itself. They have a few right here, in which it also shows that a few will certain type of fragrances will be good for some group, and it will differ actually from one group to another. And if you look at the last one, coffee fragrance, maybe this is not very maybe it is, yeah, this is some group will like this one, but some are not, because we can see right here the effect or the results from this study, in which inhalation of coffee fragrance enhances their cognitive parameters. And I think most of us will agree also, it also increase the mood score of alertness, where it will keep us awake a lot. But to some people, coffee fragrances will not affect their alertness. Yeah, they can even sleep after taking coffee. Okay. Some more of the type of fragrances with some finding in which how it the olfactory reflexes to those fragrances that are exposed to them. So basically, this can be the basis of the study, why we want to study or we want to give aroma to the students to see how they can perform better in their study. As the psychophysiological indicators I mentioned to you earlier, there are 12 of them. You can see from the figure on the right. And yeah, so this is a tools for capturing the mind-body interaction, where actually we have tools that can measure like the EDA, the PPG, and many others right here, in which some of you might be familiar with in capturing the responses of the indicators from the indicators.
Professor Rita, sorry, you have another 5 minutes. Could you please wrap things up? Sorry.
Yeah, I think it will be not very long from now. Thank you very much. Okay, so these are the psychophysiological indicators. Again, there are 12 of them, yeah? But actually in the study, we are not looking at all of them at one time. So we might be, we can specify which indicators that we want to look into. Might be 3, 4, or 5 indicators at one time. Okay. Again, in more in the clearer form, we have the eye movement, respiration, we have the blood pressure, we have the electrodermal. Electrodermal is like the sweating that you have on your skin. Okay, we have EG pretty much familiar with. Everyone is familiar with, and EMG and also ECG. ECG is very common. Okay. Okay, as for the method is this is things that we do when we do when we perform the research. Initially, we have to screen the subjects whether they are fit or not, and we give the stimulation in terms of audio and also fragrances. Then we have that acquisition. Either we use there are quite a number of EDM indicators that you can use. So we just choose which one you want to use, and we will see what are the machines that we require. We have the ECG machine, which can capture also EMG and also EOG. Okay. Other than that, we have the kind of we want that we wear on our wrist, where you can capture a few also a few other indicators for this research. Okay, the rest are pretty similar to other research also, where we have once we have the signal, then we will do the processing, evaluation, classification, and also the feature extraction from the data that we have. Okay. So the expected output will be this is just answering to the objectives that we have at the beginning. So we have 3 objectives initially. So we want to improve the cognitive performance of the high school students. At present, we have data for undergraduate students in UTM. So as Dr. Ardi mentioned earlier, if we do the study in Malaysia, we have 3 group of races, main races, and that is already representing like 60% of the world population. Okay, and the second one is it has a significant influence on psychophysiological responses during the cognitive assessment. So we will give them a few tasks in order to see how their cognitive responses are. And the last one is we want to see the association. So we expect association of their ability in solving the cognitive assessment, right? So benefit to this research will be to the student, of course, and other education communities in order to produce a conducive learning environment. These are some references that we use. It can be used for the prospective students as well, either in master's degrees or PhDs that they, if in case they want to do the research in this area. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Zahrang, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Vita. So for those who have questions, could please jot down, and then I will read the questions later in the Q&A sessions. Now we're going to go for our third speaker. Our third speaker is Dr. Tanza Permata Stena Putri from UNAIR, okay, and her presentation's title is Beta Tricalcium Phosphate as a material of choice for bone regeneration. So allow me to read a bit of her biography. So Dr. Putri obtained her bachelor degree in dentistry from Fakultas Dentistry Universitas Padjadjaran, Bandung, Indonesia, 2011, and received professional degree as a dentist from Faculty of Dentistry in 2014. In 2015, she received a Max scholarships from Japan as a research student for 6 months and continued with the same scholarships to undergo her doctorate programs in Japan. She graduated from her doctorate program from Departments of Biomaterials, Graduate Schools of Dental Science, Kyushu University, Fukuoka, Japan in 2019. Currently, she works as a lecturer and researcher at divisions of dental materials, Faculty of Dental Medicine, Universitas Air, Langga, Surabaya. Her research focusing on the fabrications of artificial bone substitutes, specifically by using beta-calcium phosphates as the main compositions. In that, I present the platforms to Dr. Tanza Permata Stena Putri. Please presents.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zahran. Can you hear my voice?
I can hear your voice. We see you. Okay.
Okay. Please let me first share my PowerPoint slide. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Zahran, for the introduction. My name is Tanza, and I'm from Dental Material Division in Faculty of Dental Medicine, Universitas Air. So today I would like to share a few about certain biomaterials that become the focus of my research in this past few years. As you can see, the title of my presentation today is Beta Tricalcium Phosphate as a material of choice for bone regeneration. So for the bone regeneration treatment itself, it could be applied in clinical use, whether it's in medical, specifically in orthopedic field, and also in dental field. However, because I come from dentistry, here I'm going to show some of the examples in dental aspects. In dentistry itself, there are subfields such as mentioned here, but for bone regeneration treatment, it commonly used in the first is in the oral and maxillofacial surgery field. The example of the treatment is the bone transplant treatment. And in periodontology, it can be the treatment can be for the socket preservation after the tooth extraction, and also for the treatment of alveolar bone resorption through the treatment of alveolar bone augmentation. Also in prosthodontic, it can be used for the alveolar bone augmentation, which is the part of the preparation for denture and implant treatment. And lastly, in the orthodontic field, it can be used as a malocclusion correction. So here we can see in the picture, here first we can see this is the example of treatment in the maxillofacial surgery and also in orthodontic field. we see here in the left picture, the patient has the malocclusion where the maxilla is protruding, but the mandible is in the backward position. And then the clinicians try to implant the bone graft into the mandible so that the position of the mandible become normal. And here also the example of the treatment in the maxillofacial surgery, where the bone graft is actually using the autograft, or the bone graft is extracted from the individual itself from another side. So from the donor side, it then be implanted into the defect site. And here is the example of periodontology, where after the tooth extraction, it will leave the socket like this. And to quicken the bone healing process, the bone graft could be placed or applied in the socket. And then after that, it can be closed with the membrane or guided bone regeneration membrane, and then it will be sutured, and then hopefully the bone regeneration will happen quickly. And lastly, here this is the example of the preparation of for dental implant treatment. So here we see that the alveolar bone has become thin. So the thickness is not enough for the dental implant. So how do we overcome it? So it can be we can apply the bone graft into the alveolar bone, or we can name it the alveolar bone augmentation, and then the thickness will become restored. So the thickness become restored, the bone healing process is done, and after the bone healing process is done, it become prepared, it become ready to be implanted with the dental implant, something like that. And then for bone regeneration concept, here I prepared the illustration. So as you can see, here we have a bone defect or bone loss. So for bone loss, it can be caused by trauma, for example, and then bone resection when removing, for example, if there is a tumor or other kind of infection, that needs to be undergo bone resection. And there are some other examples that can cause the bone loss. So this bone loss or bone defect, we will try to implant some kind of materials. So these materials needs to have some properties such as osteoconductivity and also some structure that can be facilitate the cells and tissue penetration into the materials that can help the new bone formation and also vascularization into the materials, so that it can facilitate the new bone ingrowth to circulate into the materials. And then due to that, it can be further the formation of new bone will be accompanied by the materials resorption, or we can mention it as bone remodeling process, something like that. And then that is the hope. But we here we need to see it. We need to pay attention for the critical size of the defect. If it exceeds the critical size, or for example in the large defect or in the high load bearing site, it until now it still needs some other kind of material such as metal implant to help to prevent, to sustain the load, something like that. But such as in Dr. Ardiansyah research, the hope is that, for example, the metal implantation can be also degrade. That is the hope, which is an interesting research. So here I'm going to maybe some of you already know about the kinds of the bone graft. So there are autograft, allograft, xenograft, and alloplastic graft. For the autograft, it actually the tissue transplant come from one individual with but different location between the defect and donor. So from one individual, for example, if I have a bone defect, the doctor can extracted some tissue in other part of my body and then implanted it into the defect size. And then for allograft, the tissue transplant come from the another individual, but still in one species. For example, if human, still the donor come from another human, but it can also include cadaver. And then the third one is xenograft, where the tissue transplant come from another species. For example, if bone defect is happen to a human, for xenograft, it can come from the donor, it can come from the animal. And then for the alloplastic graft, the tissue transplant is made from the synthetic materials. So this is some of the information about each of the bone graft. Until now, actually for autograft, this is still a gold standard in grafting treatment because it can provide a good integration between donor and host tissues. But it actually have some disadvantages, such as it can cause morbidity on the healthy tissue, and that the process is quite complicated and it can cause some infection, and also the donor site is quite limited. And for allograft, the advantages is actually it has the osteoconductivity and also osteoinductivity, but the disadvantages it can cause some disease transmission, and there is also antigenic risk and infection risk. And for xenograft, even though the advantages is also osteoconductive, and also the chemical and physical properties mimicking a human, actually. So this is quite good if we want to implant the xenograft into the human. But there are some disadvantages, including also disease transmission, and some are also difficult to resolve, and it can cause foreign body reaction. And then the last one is alloplastic graft or synthetic graft. So here there is no disease transmission risk. So this is quite become an attention for many researchers to develop many kind of synthetic graft to replace the other kind of bone graft, tissue graft. But the disadvantages, the structure and chemical properties is different with host tissues. Especially in skin graft, it could lead to a scar. And also there are risks to immune response. But these disadvantages become the focus that the many researchers wants to overcome. So in my research, I'm focusing on the alloplastic graft. So the bone graft properties itself, it needs some properties that needs to be owned by the bone graft, such as it needs, of course, to be biocompatible, non-toxic, it needs to be osteoconductive or facilitate the bone formation, osteoinductive or stimulate actively the bone cells activity, and osteointegration. So it needs between the bone graft and the host, it needs to be integrated well. Also, it needs to be biodegradable, and the structure needs to be it needs to have the interconnected porous. Okay, so that it can facilitate the circulation of the cells and tissues that help in the new bone formation. And here for synthetic bone graft, actually for calcium phosphate ceramics has been a long time research that has been developed by many researchers because of some of the properties, some of the superior properties, which is it is biocompatible, it is osteoconductive and osteoinductive. The chemical composition resembles bone mineral because it has calcium and phosphate, and it also biodegradable. And the calcium and phosphate ions can be released, and after it is released, it can stimulate the osteoblast proliferation and differentiation, so that the new bone formation can be happen, and also it can help in bone mineralization. This is some of the examples of the calcium phosphate. There are the CPA or the calcium phosphate anhydrous, the calcium phosphate dihydrous, hydroxyapatite, alpha tricalcium phosphate, and beta tricalcium phosphate, which is I was focusing on here, and then orthocalcium phosphate. So this is also accompanied by the information of the solubility, but we can see here that the hydroxyapatite has the lowest solubility. But here I want to talk about only three kind of calcium phosphate ceramics that nowadays is actually has been commonly developed. Like for example, hydroxyapatite, carbonate apatite, and then beta tricalcium phosphate or beta TCP. But from all of these materials, actually all of them has osteoconductive ability and also bioresorbable, but the rate of the bioresorbability of the hydroxyapatite is quite low. And for carbonate apatite and beta tricalcium phosphate, the bioresorbability is quite high. But here I am going to focus more to beta tricalcium phosphate or beta TCP because of these superior properties. This is the commercial bone graft that has been circulated for the clinical use. This is the example of BioOS, and this is the local product that we have that developed by Universitas Gadjah Mada. This is the example of carbonate apatite. And then now I'm going to talk about the beta tricalcium phosphate itself. So like I mentioned before many times, it is biocompatible and also non-toxic. It has the ability to interact with human body to increase biological function without causing any toxicity. And it has a quick degradation, where the degradation rate is higher than some other calcium phosphate materials, such as especially hydroxyapatite. And also it has the osteoconductive ability to facilitate the new bone formation, which needs to be simultaneously with degradation process, so that it can induce the bone remodeling process properly. So I am going to show you some of the research that has been done. This is from Ishikawa, Professor Ishikawa, which is also my supervisor. He and his colleague tried to implant the beta TCP, commercial beta TCP in dog's mandible. Okay, this is the beta TCP, which has the brand name of Serasorb, and then he tried to evaluate it at 4 and 8 weeks. At 4 weeks, we can see at the edge of the implantation. So this is the bone graft implantation. So this is the materials, and this is the host bone. The green one is the bone. So we can see it started to penetrate into the space between the granules. You can see here, this is the new bone. And then at 8 weeks, the remaining materials become decreased. It decreasing, and the new bone formation were penetrated into the material further. Something we can see here, the new bond, the green color can be seen penetrated further into the materials, and the remaining materials become decreased. And in other research, Professor Ishikawa also tried to develop other kind of beta TCP as bone graft. So he didn't use the commercial beta TCP, but he made it by himself. So first he prepared the beta TCP granules, and then he wants to attach the beta TCP granules into the block form. Okay, and then the beta TCP granules exposed into the acidic solution, which is then he used the nitric acid solution. And then we can see after the beta TCP is exposed to acidic solution, it can form the what we call DCPD, or dicalcium phosphate dihydrate, which has the form of plate-like crystals. So this plate-like crystals has the advantages which can causing the interlocking between the granules, between the beta TCP granules. So the surface is covered by the by the DCPD crystals, and it can be interlock each other and then forming the set beta TCP block. So the beta TCP block was fabricated through the attachment between beta TCP granules by the setting reaction. And then it followed by the sintering treatment. So this sintering treatment is done in order to change back the DCPD that form in the plate-like crystals to turn back it into the pure porous beta TCP. And also the sintering treatment can also increase the mechanical strength of the beta TCP block. That is the objective of this sintering. And then after that, myself is along with also Professor Ishikawa, tried to implant the previously made beta TCP block into the rabbit's femur. And then this is first we can see here, this is the morphology, the surface morphology of the beta TCP block, where we can see that the granules is attaching to each other, something like this. And then after that, we try to implant it into the rabbit's femur condyle specifically. And then after 4 weeks, we can see here is the implantation site. And then if we magnify it further, we can see there is difference in the color, right? There is darker pink and then a lighter pink. And then, yes.
Okay. Doctor, could you please wrap things up in 5 minutes also, please?
I'm sorry.
Okay, please, wrap things up. I mean, your time is almost up. Actually.
Oh, okay. It's not far from here. Okay, so we can see that the darker pink is show as a new bone formation. Okay, and it show that the new bone formation has far form into the materials. And then for the next potential study, we tried also the fabrication of calcium phosphate scaffold, which we mix the calcium phosphate ceramic powder with polymer. So calcium phosphate act as the inorganic mineral, but polymer is act as an organic component, so that it can form the scaffold with composition mimicking bone, which is the bone itself has the inorganic and organic components. And then we try to make the scaffold by freeze drying method. We can see here when for example, this is the chitosan solution. When we deep freeze the chitosan solution, it will create the separation between the phase of the chitosan and then with the solvent. So the solvent will create the ice crystals, and then after that, after the lyophilized process, the ice crystals will be evaporate and leaving the space between the chitosan. And this is what we call the interconnected porous. So I tried to mix the beta TCP with the polymer, which is gelatin and chitosan. And then I did the freeze drying method, and this is the examples of some of the samples with different concentration. And the best mechanical strength is obtained when the concentration of beta TCP is 70% and the polymer concentration is 30%, which is mimicking the composition of the inorganic and organic materials in the bone itself. So this is what we get. So this is with different concentration, but we see that all of them has the porous or interconnected porous, which is become a potential to be used in the clinical in the clinic. Okay. So for the conclusion, so for this study, actually, it still needs to be developed, especially for the in vitro and in vivo study. So I think we reached to the end. So for the conclusion, beta TCP has the potential as an artificial bone substitute in bone regeneration treatment due to its properties such as biocompatible, osteoconductive, and quick degradation. The optimization of beta TCP degradation needs to be continuously improved in order to obtain an appropriate degradation which can be simultaneous with the new bone formation, which led to a proper bone remodeling process. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Dr. Zahran, I will give it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Putri. Good presentations. Thank you. So we're going to move forward for our last presenter for today. So our last presenter is from UTM. Okay, he's Professor Dr. Muhammad Hasbullah Idris, a professor at the School of Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, UTM, and he will be presenting presentations on the title of Rapid Manufacture of Custom-Made Implants for Southeast Asian Nation Consumption. So allow me to read a little bit on his CV. So Professor Dr. Muhammad Hasbullah has been with the University of Technology Malaysia for almost 31 years and is currently the chairman of UTM Council of Professors. Prior to joining UTM in May 1991, he worked as the manufacturing engineer and remelts engineer in the manufacturing-based industry. He has been the Deputy Dean for Academics, the Dean of the Mechanical Engineering Faculty, and Chair of the School of Mechanical Engineering, and then the Deputy Director of the University of Quality Unit before appointed to the current appointments. He was also the technical consultant and advisor to a local implant manufacturing company in Malaysia. He is currently the international member of the American Foundry Society, member of the Malaysian Science, Engineering and Technology Society, and life member of the Electromicroscopy Society of Malaysia. His areas of research includes biomaterials, metal processing, and magnetic castings. With that, I give the platform to Professor Hasbullah to present his presentations. Over to you, Professor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me, Dr. Zahran?
Yeah, dengar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the session. Dr. Zahran, let me share first. Can you see my slide?
I can see. So if you can please put into the slideshow.
Okay. Nampak?
Okay, nampak. Okay, Prof. Sila.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First and foremost, I would like to thank the session committee, the session chairman for allowing me to present my work basically and what we would like to offer. I went through, I follow Dr. Janiza just now works. Basically, we have done that. Just for your information, we have done that using appetite. We developed the way how to put the implants before it is implanted into the body. So just the information. Probably we can work that together. So I will talk on the rapid manufacture of custom-made implant for Southeast Asia nation consumptions. Basically, it stems from the idea of to manufacture local-made products. That's basic. So that actually try to meet what was mentioned by the Director Generals of Higher Education in Indonesia just now, and also Prof. Ni Nyoman, about we're trying to transfer what we have done, what we are doing to the community as well as to industry. So I think these proposals or this work as merit we can see that I would say to say so. At first I was thinking about Asia, but Asia is too big. So without thinking into without giving preamble much on that, I'll go into highlighting this. If you look at the Asia population as currently, this is the new data. So as at June 2020, the Asia population is about 4.7 billion. That is a damn big population. 4.7 billion, which contribute or equivalent to close to 60% of the total world population. So we are at 50% of the population. And if you look at very small scales, you look at the Southeast Asian populations, I would very much like to go into the Southeast Asia populations because this is where we goes into R&D. So look at ours. How much do we spend for R&D for medical device? Deploy scientists last year was 7.76 billion, 18,000 employees. And because Depot Scientist is basically under Johnson & Johnson, and they spend on medical device alone is 2.377 billion. That's a big chunk of money. And Zimmer Biomed, revenue 7 billion with 20,000 employees worldwide. And they have 2,000 employees in R&D. Okay? And basically spend about 0.5 billion for R&D last year, which is about 33.66% increase from 2020. I just put a name there. How they have, definitely they have in Malaysia, they have in Malaysia, in Singapore, in Indonesia, and some other countries. So look at the names of the company that we have. I just put as an example, Zimmer Medical Sdn Bhd, Zimmer Private Limited Singapore, MPT Meditech Indonesia, Jakarta Barat, Indonesia. So basically they have all the offices and probably OEM in almost all the countries that they go into. And these three companies are all USA based. So you look at Stryker is from Kalamazoo, Depoy is from Ravenham, Massachusetts, Zimmer from Warsaw, Indiana, and Smith and Nephew is only company, the fourth big company based in London, which the revenue is about 4.56 billion last year. And look at the R&D spend, that is about 0.4 billion last year. Okay, and they increase it from about 16% from 2020. So this just gives you an idea how big is the market and what are the companies that goes into this business. Okay, and the question that I want to pose to you here is, where are the locals? In Malaysia, probably we have only one locals, purely locals. The rest are OEM, original equipment manufacturers, probably for cycle, probably for Smith and Nephew. And then we have probably international based company, most of them from India, which use local names. Okay, so I don't know about Indonesia, but what I'm trying to throw to you is how big is the market and how people take the opportunity to go into this area. Okay. What I'm trying to propose here is, and what we have been doing so far is basically we want to do a rapid manufacturing. So far, what people have been doing is they buy it from the shelf. So equipment that is being supplied by those companies just now are basically large, medium, and small. And for ours, for Malaysia, for example, they are normally we use small. After they open up your body, look at the bone that they want to repair whatsoever, then only they choose. So the problem is sometimes it fits and sometimes it's not. Okay, sometimes it is fit, sometimes it is not. If it is not, even though you use the small one, then you have to cut the bone longer. So which basically affect the healing times of the bone. So what we are trying to propose here is basically we want to produce or we want to do research on manufacturing approach, how we can put this product into the market as fast as possible because the need of the the deadlines whatsoever, especially for patient which has bone cancer. Okay, this is an example. If you look at this photo, this is basically a patient of ours. I mean, what we have done. This is, I think, about 15-year-old boy who has bone cancer. So they come to us and look at whether we can do that, yes or not. Okay. So our point here is to help the needy, which actually, if you were to import, it is very expensive. But this we can do it locally, and it has to go. Somebody has to study it. Okay. So from the surgical data from hospitals and surgeons, so we can have two approaches. One, we can go, we go into translating the data as what Dr. Ardi was mentioning just now. In fact, it's the same picture that I took from him. So we translate the data into appropriate design using CAD and analysis using FEA and CAM. So this is actually from the data, we translate it into design which fit that patient. Okay, which fit that patient according to the patient size. So the work that we want to do is implant design and simulation. We implant it, we design it based on the data that we get from surgeons, then we translate it into design and simulate it so that doctors can use this data and simulation to get ready before the surgery. And normal process is you download to CNC milling machines for machining profiles. So this you can do research, a lot of research here. You can look at the programming. This is the thing that we face. Look at the programming, how to shorten the times of the machining, the cost of the toolings, the cost of the basically the toolware, everything. Okay, so that's another research that we can do. On the other side, we can also go into research on anthropometric data and bone construction study, as what Dr. Adi was mentioning. So we are actually working on this too. And we are also looking at surgeon and patient perception study. I think what Dr. Adi was mentioning, that is tougher, but this is less tougher than what we are doing actually on the magnesium, which is we are going to use normal, acceptable, used materials for implants. That is basically stainless steel 316L, titaniums, or cobalt chromate. These are the three popular materials that we use for implants. So we can go into research anthropometric data as well as bone construction study. We can also go into surgeon or patient perception study, how people or especially surgeon reception to local technology. So this can be done by not technical people, but rather arts people. Okay, this research is basically comprises of many fields. And then when you download it to rapid prototyping machines, this is 3D. So we can do research on materials and support structures when you use 3D. So depends on materials. Okay, depends on materials. And also depend on the support structures. This will determine the surface finish, as well as if you look at how does the effect pattern breakdowns and surface finish. So the structure itself, the support structure itself will determine the pattern breakdowns if we use investment castings, and also the surface finish of the implants. And we can also, and then the next stage that we can do is, because it all depends on the design that we require. So can we, the research that we can go into is, can we modify the properties using the process? Will it be faster and cheaper manufacturing routes? So we can compare and we can study, we can actually ease the process. So I will explain a bit more details on the process of investment casting after this. So these are areas that we can go into researching so that we can produce a product which is good for the locals, as well as for papers and whatnot. Okay. Okay. If you look at the investment casting, this is the research that I also would like to propose, and we have been doing it. So the idea actually stemmed from investment casting of magnesium alloys. So my background, and I've done magnesium alloys research since 1993. This is the first work that we have done, casting of magnesium alloy, ZRE1, normally used in aerospace industry using investment casting process. Okay, so the problem is magnesium alloys attack ceramics. So this on your left side is basically what you need to produce, but when you use magnesium investment casting, this is the mole metal reaction that happens. Okay, so we were thinking, so magnesium basically attacks ceramic. Okay, so we were thinking about, so there is a dilemma. So once we do the research, we found out that the problem in casting of magnesium alloys, basically temperature significantly contribute to the mole metal reaction. Low temperature combination produce better casting. So you want to go like Dr. RD research on magnesium, you want to use casting, normally investment. So this is the problem that we're going to find. Okay, we are going to encounter. So we found out that based on research that we found that better castings of products produced at low temperature combination. However, the problem is casting at low temperature will lead to defect due to low fluidity. Okay, fluidity. So we were thinking of what is the compromise. So can it be cast at low temperature but yet enable the metal to flow and replicate the shape of the mold? So we got the idea of, if you know this, I don't think you don't know this. This is in the Malay archipelago. This is famous, ketupat nasi. Okay, it is famous in Malaysia as well. I'm very sure in Indonesia it's also famous. So it's a type of dumpling made from rice packed inside the container of woven palm leaf pouch. Okay, so we take the idea of this. So we basically, okay. So we develop the mold. And then what we are trying to do is, we like the ketupat nasi or the dumpling, okay, made of rice. It's basically you make the mold from coconut leaf, and then you put in the rice inside, and you boil it. So we take the idea, so we adjust the procedures of making investment casting mold. We make the mold, and then we pour the magnesium granules inside it, and we put it into the oven or furnace, and we heat it slowly, or we heat it such that it will melt inside the mold. So we can control the temperature as well as controlling the solidification rate, which is the properties of the product. So that's what we are doing. So basically, these are all the experiments that we have done. Okay, and this is what we got. Okay, after a few trials, after all the research that we have done, we found that this is what we got, the shape. So this is the area that we can go into developing further on using this approach. Okay, so and then we try on aluminum alloy. So the controlling parameters, basically the environment, and we're using flux as well the heating temperature. So these are all those procedures. This is what we get. Okay, we are using flux, heating in normal air. As I said just now, the procedure is we have investment casting. Previously, we put in magnesium and we put it inside the furnace, but now we are using aluminium. Okay. Look at this. This is what we found. Okay, a good result, and actually give us hope into using this approach for developing or casting of implants. So the question is, so can we, how does geometry affect the quality of the casting? So these are all the research that we wanted to do. Can the process be used to develop MMC, composites? Okay, composites. So can we mix, for example, aluminium with what other materials, ceramic whatsoever, to strengthen it? This is composites. Can we develop casting, composite casting through this process? And then can the properties be controlled by controlling the solidification, as I said just now? You put it inside the furnace, heat it at the temperature that you want, because solidification, it will melt and solidify based on the temperature that you use. And then can it be automated? Okay, this is another area which is process And then, can we use it for 316L medical grade, as I said just now? So we have done it for magnesiums, we have done it for aluminium. The result shows a promising venture. So can we use 316L medical grade or any other materials used for implants? So probably the furnace may not be the electrical furnace, but probably using induction furnace or whatsoever. Okay, which we can also another area we can go into. Can the process be used to cast charge from machining chip and swath? So if you machine, you find the chips, very small chips. It is like granules. So this is actually environmental problem solving. So you can use this to cast again, okay, using this chip. Okay, I just share my experience on this. So this is basically, I'm sorry if you are offended by the pictures. So this is actual pictures that I went into. So that's me and my team. So we were in the operation theater. This is a 15-year-old student who fell down from motorcycles and he break his wrist. And this is the implant that we can produce. Okay. This is also explaining Dr. RD intention to produce biodegradable materials like from magnesium. Once it is implanted in the hand, okay, it will degrade. It will degrade by itself. So there will be no second surgery. Okay. So this is also a knee. I was in the operation theater. So that was the reason why I said they open it. Yes, they know probably this is the size. And once they open it, then only they choose, okay, this is the size. What is the exact size? So either they will never cut or they will never adjust the implants. They will adjust on the bone. So either you, in order to fit it, they may cut it longer. Okay, so that is the reason why we wanted to do custom-made implants. Okay, we have tried. This is one of the implants that we have tried. If you look at this man, is very simple man, but he's surgeon, senior surgeons in University Science Malaysia. So we developed these implants and the screw. We tried on the bone. Okay, this is not human bone. This is lamb. Okay, so we also developed this so-called the K wires, where it is implanted or screwed into the bone after the operation just now, so that the bone will not move. Okay. This is our experimental proximal humerus. At that time, we don't have 3D printer, so we use wood. We carve it, look at what is the shape, and this is we have planted it in one 16 or 18, I think 16-year-old girl in north of Malaysia. She got bone cancer on the right hand, I think, right hand. So this is experimental implants. Finally, this girl died, not because of this, because of the cancer has moved to the lungs. Okay. So that's basically the picture I showed you just now. This is a student, I said 15 years old in Johor. So we produce, if you were to import, it's very expensive, and we produce it only, the size of the head is about, I think 14 mm, and we charge about 8,400 Malaysian ringgit, which is far more cheaper than if you were to import. So this is um, uh, cancer patients, bone cancer patients. He's a doctor, so we design the bone, because doctors, you have to have twisting force whatsoever. So it needs design. Okay. These are the machines that we have. We have developed a company previously. This is a 5-axis and 3-axis machines. We have Sugami CNC auto lathe machine to make the screw. Okay, so we have 5-axis to develop the implants. Also CNC 3-axis to develop the plates. We design the jig and fixtures. So that's basically what we have done. And these are all the machines, the ultrasonic cleaning machines, okay, that we bought from Switzerland, and also tumbling vibratory machine. This is basically the layout of the facilities. So I'm towards the end. Thank you very much. I just wanted to show you probably, hold on, So if you can see, this is another example that we have done. If you can see very clearly, this is coating. Okay, so this is a preference of surgeons. Sometimes surgeons wanted to have a corrugated or rough surface of the implant, such that the tissue will easily stick to the implants. Okay, and we also have studied on how to get the surface finish of this head of the implants, as well as we also study on machining. Okay, this is process. So how does it look like if you do different approach of machining, different strategy? Okay, and banyak masa lagi, Dr. Zaran.
Maaf Prof, memang dah terbabas sikit ni. Maybe.
Last but not least, this is another, I don't know whether you can see that or not. Can you see?
Okay.
So this is basically, if your hand being cut, so your nerve, there's a microsurgeons, put it back together, but basically you basically cannot move your finger. But this is we design it. This is physiotherapy. This is another area that we can go into researching. A very simple equipment, but it's effective. Okay, with that, thank you very much for the time. I'm sorry, probably go beyond a bit. So thank you very much. Should there be any question, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Professor Hasmullah for his exciting and riveting presentations on the implants for Southeast Asian. So now we are going to go for the Q&A sessions. I'm waiting for the technical teams to gather all the presenter at one platform. So maybe we'll wait for that for a bit. And then I'm going to ask a few questions to each of members from the chat box, and some of it is from my own question itself. So maybe we'll wait for the technical teams to set things up first. Maybe technical teams, everything's good. Cik Amarul, we can make all the presenters at one platform. All right. Thank you very much, technical teams, especially Mr. Kamarul. So we have, I'm going to answer several questions. If you have if the floors have any questions, could you please ask them throughout? So I think we're going to go with one of the presentations, several questions. Questions is for Professor Dr. Suryani from Khalid Al-Salehi. He said, thank you, Prof, for the great presentations. I would like to ask you, at what energy density is effective for photobiomodulation therapy? That is the first questions. And then I think the second question to Professor Suryani, very popular today. I'd like to ask, one of the successful photodiode therapy is the suitability of the light source with the absorption spectrum of the photosensitizer. on what spectrum is photo inactivations and photobioluminescence therapy carried out? So maybe the first two questions to Professor Dr. Sufiani. Please, Professor.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Khalil for the first question. The exposure energy dose is about 1 to 10 joule per centimeter square. For photo inactivation or microbial infection therapy, we use about 10 joule per centimeter square. While for photobiomodulation, we use red laser energy of 2 to 4 joule per centimeter square. So for the treatment of microbial infection, we use a higher energy density or dose of laser energy is used. And the second question, thank you very much for Mr. Fanani. The photo inactivation effect, yeah, or photo microbial infection therapy with we use with blue laser exposure is around with a wavelength about 405 nanometer spectrum with a photosensitizer endogenous like porphyrin, curcumin, chlorophyll, yeah. So depending on the photosensitizer used. While for the photobiomodulation, it is in the red region or infrared region is about 650 nanometer. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Suryani. So the next question is to our first presenter, so it's Professor Dr. R.D. I noticed that the materials for the biodegradable implants is made from magnesiums, but I've heard from previous researchers says that magnesium has a very high toxicity, especially in pure form. So how do you alleviate that toxicity problems? Okay, Professor Ali.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zahran. Actually, there is so many study about the biocompatibility of the magnesium, and the most of result is actually is very good in terms of the toxicity or biocompatibility of the materials. In fact, in our bodies, magnesium is quite huge of uh, form from the magnesium. Yeah, let's say if you are in the thrombocyte is less, you need to inject magnesium. Yeah, you need to inject the magnesium to to uh, to increase, the I forgot the name. There is a the Meru production. That is makes your body is become more stable. That means in terms of issue on the magnesium is less. However, there is a negative. That is actually how you can reduce hydrogen production. That is by allowing you can reduce hydrogen bubbles actually.
Okay, thank you, Professor Madia, Dr. Ardi. Next questions will be for Professor Rubita. Very interesting way of using sounds and smells to simulate students' learning experience. I just wondered, my question is that, is there any specific smell that being investigated that shows a higher effect on the students' experience? And is that, and also for sound, is it just classical sounds is better, jazz sounds, or just nature sounds? Okay, Professor, what is your comment on
Okay,
that?
thank you for the question. So far we have the sound. audio stimulation, and we found that the classical sound with the white noise is giving the best results. Okay, but what we want to investigate further is to combine with the fragrance, so smell. Do see the smell, yeah. At this point, we haven't decided, or we haven't reached to what kind of smell that is the best. So that is still under investigation and to be chosen by the candidate who want to do the study further. Okay, so we haven't decided which one. But from the literature review, we found that it is the relaxing smile, like what do you call that? Lavender is the best. Yeah, but it's not conclusive yet, because lavender is good to put you to sleep, yeah, but it's not good for students. So we have to think again what is the best combination in order to boost the cognitive performance of the students.
Okay, and then last questions for Professor Rubita. Do you think that the effect of from the smell and sounds on the students' learning would be permanent, or I mean, this is much better for students for long term?
It's not permanent. It's stimulation is the thing that you done at that particular time, so it's going to be easier for you to remember to study, yeah, in order for you to remember for long term. That's, of course, you need to that to be rehearsed from time to time.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Rubita. Next question will be for Dr. Tanza Putri. The for the proposed biomedical materials, it seems that is it already on the market, or hasn't been sell to the market yet? And if so, what about the affordability? I mean, is it much more expensive compared to the existing ones? And do you think that in the future that it is much easier for this material to be accepted by the dentist? Okay, doctor.
Thank you, doctor, for the question. So for beta TCP or beta tricalcium phosphate itself, actually for the clinical use, it's already available commercially, actually in the form of blocks and also in granules that they usually use as a bone graft in for dental usually. In for like I show you before, like for socket preservation, something like that. So actually, yes, for the commercial, it has already been available. But what we want to develop from there is actually uh, the the degradation rate. So many clinicians actually has some comments for the beta TCP is actually too quick to degrade before the bone formation is actually formed. So it can leave the bone defect is not healing, is not healed completely. So there is still a bone defect, a small bone defect, something like that. So that's why I also mentioned before the critical size is actually important. So for example, in a large defect, it's actually affected. It can be difficult. It can be difficult to be placed by beta TCP because beta TCP has a high degradation. So what we want to develop is that we want to try to retard, to decrease the degradation rate so that it can be simultaneously for with the bone formation, so that the bone remodeling process can be happen properly simultaneously. So something like that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tanza Putri.
Thank you
So
very
all the
much.
best for your future research. It seems a very promising research. Okay, the last one is to our Professor Hasbullah. Professor, I noticed that the implants materials that you have been using for the implant is mainly on magnesium alloy. But I mean, as far as I know, one of the cheaper materials would be aluminums. I think, or the more expensive would be titanium. So my question is mainly on the cost lah. I mean, is it magnesium alloys better for the patients in terms of affordabilities, cost competition? Because at the end of the day, I would say that some of the patient would still see at the price of the implants before they accept the implant. So maybe a comment from you.
Well, basically, aluminium is not suitable to be used. Very, very simple things. Aluminium is not suitable because toxic. So probably small amounts, okay, but for implants, never have I found implants using aluminium. That's one thing. The second thing is comparatively, if you look at price-wise, titanium is much more expensive. Cobalt chromium is much more expensive. One good thing about magnesium is the strength to weight ratio. It is light, about 2.73 gram per cm cube. That's the density. However, the strength is almost close to aluminium. So it gains. It is very light. So if you look at the picture that I've shown to you, that 16-year-old girl, that is on the upper torso of the body. So you put 316L, that's 316L. So because on the upper torso, because the weight or density of the 316L stainless steel is heavy, so the shoulder is break down because of the weight. So it is good if you can use lighter materials, for example, like titanium, even though titanium is expensive. So if you were to mention about magnesium, yes, relatively magnesium is not as expensive as titanium, but it has strength to weight ratio. One other thing is, if we were to use, say, for example, like investment casting, we can produce many in per pouring, per casting. So that will actually absorb or soften the impact of the cost. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Enlightening answers from Professor Hasbullah from School of Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, UTM. I think that there is no more questions from the floor, and I think that's it for today. I thank all of the presenters, as Professor Dr. Adi, Professor Dr. Sriani, Professor Robita, Dr. Tanza Putri, and lastly, Professor Hasbullah for the presentations, and hopefully this will spark collaborations between both of our universities, UTM and Universiti Air Langga, in the future to come. So I foresee that there's a lot of areas that we can work together, maybe animal testings at Air Langga, manufacturing, fabrication at UTM, and so on and so forth. With that, I conclude our sessions today with the light topic with Daya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullah. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah, thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Suryani, Tanza, Prof. Rubita, Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you.
Zarhat,
Moderator.
for chairing this session. Thank you very much. On behalf of the local organizing committee, we would like to thank you to the speakers and viewers in today's session for their valued attention. I hope you found this to be informative and useful. For all presenter and viewer, please switch on your camera for photography session. Give the best smile for memory. Another round. Thank you much again. This brings us to the end of the session. See you again in the afternoon for the second session of Symposium. We are going to start again at 2 p.m. Malaysian time. Thank you very much and see you again. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon to all speakers and viewers. Thank you for staying tuned with us in this virtual international symposium on biomedical, biorefinery, and energy security through the WebEx meeting, Facebook, and YouTube. My name is Kamaru Arifin as your moderator today. Welcome to the second session of this symposium on the topic of biomedical and healthcare engineering. Before we begin, I want to highlight a few important points for our event today. Please take a look at your chat box. In the chat box, you may find the guidelines for the WebEx meeting of this symposium and also the attendance form. Don't forget to fill it in by clicking the link provided in the chat box. You may also find the program book for the symposium in the link provided. This evening, we are so delighted to have well-known experts as our session chairs, and allow me to introduce him to all of you. Associate Professor Dr. Tan Tian Sui received both his master degree and doctorate degree back in the year 2004 and 2008, respectively, from the Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. His research encompasses the area of digital signal processing and has published numerous high-impact factor journals, thus establishing his expertise in the domain. He has spearheaded numerous projects and have acquired prestigious grants from various sources. And one of his current notable milestones is the collaboration between UTM and IJN. He is currently a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Biomedical Engineering, UTM, and also serves as a program coordinator in the Faculty of Biomedical Engineering. His additional portfolio includes being a member of the Medical Device and Technology Group, Meditech, and Frontier Materials Research Alliances. Associate Professor Dr. Tan, the floor is in your hands.
Thanks for the moderator. Hi everyone, very good afternoon. Yeah, I'm the chairman for this section. Today, I have this privilege to host this section. We have altogether 7 speakers, 1 panel speaker, and 6 invited speakers. Yeah, let me share the screen. Wait. So we will have two part for this afternoon section. Firstly, we will have 1 plenary speaker, followed by 3 invited speaker. Then we have a forum. If you have any question to ask, you may type in the chat box, and then we can have during the following section, we will ask all the speaker and also the plenary speaker to answer your question. And then the second part for this afternoon, we'll have another 3 speakers, invited speaker 8 and 10. Okay, I would like to introduce our panel speaker to this afternoon. Together with us is Professor Dr. Retna Apsali, a well-known professor from Photonic Laboratory, Department of Physics, Langga University, Surabaya, Indonesia. She earned her Bachelor of Science degree from Department of Physics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Brawijaya, Malang in 1991, and received her Master of Science degree from the Department of Physics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta, 1998. And finally, she obtained her doctorate degree from Mathematics and Natural Science Study Program, Postgraduate Program, Alangga University, Surabaya. She has published more than 54 documents with 150 citation and has index currently is 7. Besides being involved in several studies, Professor Dr. Rena also engaged in publication of books with the title Migrant Workers Empowerment, Digital Literacy for Indonesian Migrant Worker in 2021, and several publications. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Reina for presenting this Paramis number 2 for this conference with the title Biophotonic and Laser Application for Medical Therapy the recent development and advance and opportunity. Let's put our hand together to welcome Professor Dr. Reina. Yeah, I will pass the time. Wait, let me share. Yeah, Professor Dr. Reina. Yeah, you may share screen, then you can start. Yeah.
Okay, I try.
Let's put our
Thank
hand
you very
together.
much.
Yeah.
Yes. My voice is clear? Hello? My voice is clear?
Yes. Sure.
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof.
Okay. Is it okay, my PowerPoint?
Yes, sure, Professor. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I will try to start my presentation. Thank you very much for saying for us. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, you are still motivated to participate in the I-Bes seminar. But I think it's very, very long time Sunday morning to join with I-Bes seminar. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aromatherapy from the Department of Physics, Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Air. I would like to deliver a presentation entitled Biophotonics and Laser Application from Medical Therapy, Recent Development, Advancement, and Opportunity. Okay. I will try to speak with the four part. The first in the introduction and so theoretical background. The third biophotonics and laser application and medical therapy, recent development, advancement, and opportunity. Okay. Yeah. Actually, there are three big goals in my presentation. First, the role of laser and biophotonic and medical application. Two, for theoretical basis for medical application, especially for low-level laser therapy, and high for the laser. But I think for application and medical therapy, we can divide it for two to kind the power laser, low-level therapy, and high-level therapy. And through the third, recent development, advancement, opportunity for medical therapy. But this is the part of biophotonics. I think it's a very, very kind development of biophotonics. Yeah, with the first maybe bioimaging, flow cytometry, nanomedicine, non-viral gene therapy, photodynamic therapy, laser twistle and scissors, microarray, and biosensor. But I think the biophotonics in laser is the both of these cannot separate it, but this become the one unity for the application in the medical area. So this is the part of the biophotonics. Yeah. Between the photonics and biomedic, I think it's very, very related application. It's well, from the photonic technology for biomedical sciences. This is a very, very much application. And so biomaterial for the biotic technology. I think this presentation today, I focus on the both of physical phenomena to answer this application. Hello?
Kalau nak email, nak cakap, tak cakap email kat cakap tanya. Sebab benda ni program saya tahu lah. Kalau dia program.
Hello?
Tak jabatan boleh.
Host can mute the audience.
Sorry. So actually we do some project for the diagnostic too, maybe for the diagnostic of the glucose, blood and so on. But this presentation I would just only talk about the medical application. So especially the light guided or activated therapy for photodynamic therapy, nanomedicine, nanoclinic, drug delivery, and bioadhesive. Based on my presentation, we know that the laser and biophotonic must collaborate with all of area in the science and technology. So, opportunity in biophotonics, there are some applications for the in vivo bioimaging, spectroscopy, so optical imaging, optical biopsy, nanobiophotomics probes, single molecule biofunctions, multi-photon process for biotechnology, real-time monitoring of drug interaction. Yeah. Okay. What's the meaning photonic parameter? Since the laser invention in 1960, the research development in the biophotonic field has been greatly spectacular. Laser has various advantages, including focus, directional, monochromatic. But based on this advantage, there will be kind of application, including for medical therapy application. There are three advantages of myophoton-based medical therapy becomes a trend nowadays because it has three advantages, namely minimal invasive, non-invasive, and non-ionizing. With these three advantages, the application of four medical therapy is absolutely necessary today. Laser and biophotonic cannot stand alone. Yes, I have explained this. And because in its application, they require a maximum collaboration among various fields, for example, material, instrumentation, IoT, biology, and medicine. This is the important parameter in the laser. The first one briefly, so the time exposure, energy, beam diameter, intensity, power density, and pulse duration. This parameter can arrange, can improve, can variation for the decided the energy dose for the interaction between material, maybe soft tissue or hard tissue, use the laser. So actually there are 5 interaction possible mechanism when the laser interact with the hard and soft tissue. This is mainly for photochemical interaction, photothermal interaction, photo disruption, and so photoablation and plasma-induced ablation. When we use this between phenomenon and another phenomenon, based on for the goal of our therapy. This is the era we can divide the dose energy. We can use the x-axis, exposure time, or especially with the pulse duration, and y-axis, I think, is the power density. We can choose the variation of laser. Yeah, we can choose the kind of laser for the application for the soft tissue and hard tissue interaction. So we can have done of the application for the plasma-induced ablation, and so with the photochemical interaction and thermal interaction for the application in the images. Usually we can use the dental area application for the one of a sample with the hard tissue area. Yeah. Okay. This is the application for the wound healing process. Yeah. This is we can know how about the inflammation, maybe for the skin tissue, when we can do some proliferation, and when we use the operation. But I think depend on the application. Maybe if we can I have give some example for this running in Universitas Air for the some of laboratory experimental. So maybe we can continue with the clinical area. So this is the one of method with the laser and biophotonic. This is the photodynamic therapy. But I think the principle with the three area, oxygen reactive, the photosensitization and light. This is a laser part of the light. And so photosensitization, I think this is a biomaterial too. So I will show for all of you that we use the photodynamic therapy using laser. Laser for photodynamic therapy, we must improve about the photosensitization. But I think photosensitization is a biomaterial. So some people in biophotonics area need the biomaterial too. Aromatherapy maybe, quantum dot maybe. So we can do together for this. Okay, this is the actually we can for the cancer application we can improve the apoptosis condition. What's the meaning apoptosis condition? Is process of program cell kill that occur in multicellular organism. If we maybe our experimental laboratory produce the necrosis, I think is not enough for the application in laser. So the kind of laser, the kind of the biomaterial is the number is the photosensitizer, and how about the oxygen reactive produce must resolve the apoptosis cell. But I think the investigation about the apoptosis cell we can do the microscope, or maybe we can do flow cytometer. But I think if we want to improve the microscope, we can do and construct the own microscope. We can use the instrumentation collaboration and show maybe artificial intelligence for the account the how many apoptosis in this reaction. So this is the photosensitization. I think the photosensitization can be used. We can compatible with the absorption of laser. We can related with the wavelength matter of the laser we can use. But I think if we use the laser with the wavelength about the 880, 150, I think we can use the biomaterial in the same absorption. This is the kind of the photosensitizer. Maybe the chlorophyll as a photosensitizer, I think it's Malaysia and Indonesia and very much too for the production of the chlorophyll. So we can collaborate between physics area and organic chemistry, I think. Because if the physics area work alone, I think it's not enough to improve this material. So we can collaborate. We can do some collaboration to improve the course of the therapy, medical therapy. So this is the example of the photosynthesis like protoporphyrin, but I think organic, non-organic, sorry, non-organic photosynthesis. But this is the how many absorption, yeah, this is the about the 100 nanometer. And so this is the mechanism of photodynamic therapy. but I think we can how 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 interact. I think is depend on laser and biomaterial. This is the functional promoter for hydrodynamic therapy, but this is I think is the uh, biochemistry too. Yeah, so we know how we can construct the for imaging. Yes, this is have the Institute of Laser Photonics and Biophotonics Laboratory. And biophotonics and laser application and medical field, I think we have the very much feel to work together. Maybe in the theoretical physics for the analytic mix. For the photonic, I think it's true, okay. And so instrumentation and computation we can do together. For the material physics, we can do together too. And so for biophysics. But I think all of the field we can do together for the projects, the medical therapy, because I think we cannot do alone because the all of the subject in this very much. But I'm from the photonics area. We can do about the basic research by sensor based on fiber optic. It's okay. Optical imaging is okay. And so laser tissue interaction. So we can do the photodynamic therapy, photonics and biophotonic, and we can do some people, student, or maybe for the graduate, undergraduate, and postgraduate area. So this is the one of characterization performance of optical tools sensor. Use the different detection technique such as colorimeter, use the fluorescence, surface factor resonance, quartz crystal microbalance, and fiber optic detection sensor. But I think the recent development now use the surface plasma resonance area. But if we do this, we need a high advanced instrumentation. Maybe we can uh, we will try to compose this in the laboratory and Universitas Air with the simple uh, uh, simple SPR. This is one of example about the revitalization using Kinswick and laser to skin tissue. This is I think we can we will do about the continue of the skin tissue interaction. Maybe we can do some for vitiligo skin tissue for the therapy of vitiligo based on the UV area. This is the I have some example to show that this area need the collaboration with the biology field. We can not do alone. We can do together with biology field. So this is the kind of the limits of the tissue. How the time limits we need depend on the course of the application. Maybe we can do for the cancer, skin cancer maybe, vitiligo maybe, or maybe for the another application. This is for design of the biosensor, the seek of quartz crystal microbalance, PCM. So this use the electricity. We can collaborate with the chemistry or maybe for theoretical physics for to simulation about this before we can construct in the laboratory. This is use the equation of Shor-Gray for the application the principle of ECM. But this is use the blood crystal oscillated at the constant frequency, and frequency decrease when there is additional mass or molecules interacting with the surface layer. And so we can do some about the frequency decreases as the mass or molecule increases. So we can do some immobilization with the PCM. We can, I think with the theoretical model, I think we can do any more about the absorption, micro encapsulation, entrapment, and so on. This is for the fiber optic diffraction sensor, but I think my laboratory is very clear for the application in the fiber optic area, both about the sensor bio optic and maybe for the another method. This is the need some collaboration with the engineering, dentistry, imaging, and IT field, because for the this application we use for the we result we can do some result about the spectrum of the application for dental application. This is the setup of my experimental. Yeah. Our experimental, we can resolve the data processing and display about the far surface recognition using fiber optic displacement sensor.
Yeah, Prof, you have another 2 minutes, yeah, to conclude your presentation.
Okay, this is the sum of the dental contour. I think this is the laboratorium perspective. Yeah, this is the some example. So research, development, advancement, and opportunity, we can use the perimeter. I think this is the goal with this, with the application using the so this is the method of cancer therapy application. We can do some exploration, collaboration with the dentistry and medical field. This is the cancer detection using SPR. I think it's very, 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 very famous today for the experimental in. So this is the kind of the chlorophyll we have been doing now with the name of the daun tembelekan or lantana camara for the chlorophyll for photosensitization. This is the advanced material for characterization. So I think this is you can approach after treatment. This is the result of DNA electrophoresis using red diode. And this is some of application today with the nanomedicine, nanotechnology, and biomedical system. This is the laser practice application for medical for the analysis method. I think it's very, very clear too. This is we can continue with the skin rejuvenation for the therapy in the skin tissue. So this is the dental practices we can do to exchange about the fur using the laser. This is the opportunity for different techniques, especially for SPR and PCM is foremost today. This is the last application for the application after treatment. So this is application for the dental application for the exchange for the fur. Yeah. So it's the concluded we can do collaboration with high touch and high tech. Why? Because we can do low level therapy with the high touch, and we can do in the theoretical application for the high tech. I think that both of high tech and high touch we can do together for the medical therapy. Okay, thank you very much for my presentation, and thank you.
Yeah,
Good
thanks,
afternoon.
thanks, Prof. Reina. Yeah,
Okay.
now we will proceed for the second speaker. When all the speaker finish, we will put all the speaker together in the forum section. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Prof. Reina.
Thank you. Okay.
You may unshare your screen. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Just a moment, because we don't familiar with the
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
Webex.
Not familiar with Webex. In
As
Indonesia,
usual.
no, yeah. Sorry, sorry.
No worry, no worry.
Yeah.
So I would like to introduce our second speaker for this afternoon session. Yeah. Second speaker is the invited speaker number 5 from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Actually, Dr. Nohana Zusob is one of my colleagues lah from my department. So Dr. Nohana has graduated his PhD in Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering from Seoul National University 2018, and her research expert is in biomaterial, tissue engineering, lab on chip, and biosensor. Currently, she also one of the senior lecturer in the department for biomedical engineering, School of Biomedical Engineering and Health Science, and also she one of the deputy director for Medical Device and Technology Center. Yeah. Now we put our hand together to welcome our second speaker for this afternoon section, Dr. Nohana. Yeah.
Share my screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's put our hand together.
Yeah. Can you see my slide?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Okay. So how is my voice? Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So without further delay, I will start my lecture today or my talk today. Okay. Thanks a lot, Dr. Tan, for the nice introduction. Okay. And my name is Dr. Nahana. I belong to School of Biomedical Engineering and also the research fellow for the Meditech Medical Device Technology Center. Okay, and today I would like to talk a little on vascularization strategies in bone tissue engineering. Okay, so I start with bone architecture. Okay, if you can see in this slide. Okay, so in bone, in the innermost part of the bone, we have cancellous region. In that cancellous region, we have the marrow, we have blood vessel, and we have also the porous structure. And beside that, we have also for the outer layer of the bone, we have a very thin membrane, but highly vascularized periosteum. So this periosteum is actually contain the osteoblast precursor. Okay, and from the macro to microstructure and nanostructure. So in microstructure of the bone, we have the collagen fibrin, and in the nanostructure of the bone, we have the hydroxyapatite minerals. Okay, and why is the vascularization of blood vessel is important in bone? One of the reason is due to this bone angiogenesis. Okay, in bone development we have bone angiogenesis. That means in our in human, in animal bone development, it started with the bone angiogenesis. And if you can see in this slide, from the avascular cartilage, the cartilage without blood vessel, we have the hypertrophic chondrocyte, and from this hypertrophic chondrocyte, will release the mineralized matrix as well as the angiogenic factors to attract the blood vessels. And beside this hypertrophic chondrocyte, we have perichondral cells, and this cell is actually will differentiate into the osteoblast, and then we can have the bone collapse. So here later on we can get the bone angiogenesis in the bone development, together with development of blood vessel, together with the development of the bone. So this is the importance of bone blood vessel or bone angiogenesis in during the the real bone development. Okay. And what is the function of bone vascularization? So vascular or blood vessel, the function is to diffuse or transport the oxygen, nutrient, or drugs from the tissue, and then, to diffuse, and transport oxygen, nutrient, and drug into the tissue, and then another function is to remove the CO2, carbon dioxide, the waste product from the tissue. Okay, and for the bone vascularization, for example, in this vascularized bone vasculature involve a scaffold. You can see here we have like a scaffold image here. Okay, so if this is like the hierarchy level in bone vasculature. So what is happened when we have a bone scaffold? We have scaffold inside the bone. So we need to have the large vessel. The large vessel, the function of this large vessel is actually to restoration of the blood flow. And then we have the microvascular or the smaller size of vessel for the distribution of the blood flow through the entire scaffold. Okay, so that's why the ultimate goal of a vascularized bone tissue engineering construct is to provide a bone environment rich with functional vascular network. So with the ultimate goal to achieve efficient osteointegration and accelerate restoration of function after implantation. If you can see in this figure, you can see the host, the blood vessel from the host and the scaffold. From time to time, we can observe the formation of blood vessel from host tissue inside the porous scaffold. This is our target when we do the scaffold implantation. However, this is our target. However, it's not that easy. Okay, so actually, our ultimate target when we do the bone vascularization is the integration of the scaffold with the host body. For example, here A is the osteointegration, the integration between the mineral component of the bone and also the material of the scaffold. And next, the anastomosis, which is the vascular anastomosis. The host vascular and the scaffold vascular, and then the next is the vascular scaffold integration. But however, this ultimate goal is not that easy. It has many limited and many challenges. Okay, if we consider the previous slide, the limitation, one of the factor that limit the vascularized formation within the scaffold is because of this large graft. Normally, if we have a large graft, we have a problem with inner graft necrosis. That means necrosis in the definition is necrosis is the death of the tissue due to the lack of blood flow. So if we compare the small graft, the large graft always have a failure due to the inner graft necrosis. So this bone vascularization is actually is very challenging and limitation, especially for the large graft. And the next limitation is the capability of the host tissue itself, because sometimes the host tissue is actually severely damaged. So if the host tissue is severely damaged, so this host tissue cannot capable to start the vascularization into the scaffold, and this result will make the failure of the implanted construct. And here I would like to share one of the strategy to overcome the inner graft necrosis, especially for the large graft, is this one, pre-vascularization. So the pre-vascularization, the definition is the formation of the vascular network, before the transplantation. That means our scaffold already have the blood vessel itself, and then we after that we can do the transplantation. So the advantages is this the vessel-like structure can be quickly anastomosed with the host tissue after implantation, and then we can accelerate the blood perfusion and improve the graft survival. So here we have actually for this vascularization, we have many type of cells, blood vessel cell that can be used. The common one is endothelial cells, EC, and we have also endothelial pregenital cells, EPC, and also we have perivascular cells, which is a pericyte and smooth muscle cell. So the perivascular cell is actually the endothelial cell is located at the wall of the blood vessel. So here I would like to share a few approach on this pre-vascularized scaffold. Okay, in here for this slide show the example of application of pre-vascularized technique in craniofacial tissue regeneration. So because this craniofacial tissue regeneration normally involve the bone, as well as the skin, as well as the dental part. So, this technique of vascularized material can be used for the bone defect, and in this case, for the skin, we can use the vascularized cell sheet, and then for the dental part, we can use the vascularized material with a certain biomaterial such as biomaterial or hydrogel, such as gelma. And here is another example of pre-vascularized scaffold. This is, you can see here, this original scaffold is consist of CAP, calcium phosphate, and combined with alginate. And then we coated this scaffold with gelatin metacrolide or gelma. And after that, we remove the alginate. The empty part that left by the alginate, they use to seed the endothelial cell with the human mesenchymal stem cell. So at the end, we can have the endothelial channel after 3 days of culture. So this here, the cold culture is between the human mesenchymal stem cell and endothelial cells. And for the next example, we have here the 3D printed scaffold of calcium silicate doped with beta TCP. In here, you can see the comparison between the scaffold without cell and scaffold with cold culture of endothelial cell and stroma. Here, if you notice, after 4 weeks and as well as 8 weeks, the scaffold with the cold culture, that means scaffold with the cells, endothelial cell and stroma cell, able to have good blood vessel formation compared to the scaffold without the endothelial cells. So here that means the pre-vascular scaffold is better to induce the in vivo vascularization. And just now I talked about the pre-vascularized scaffold, and beside that, for pre-vascularized for bone also, we have another type which is pre-vascularized tissue-like structure. So that means it's not scaffold but tissue-like structure. In this case, they use the sphere or sprite. Okay, here they use the human umbilical vein endothelial cell or HUVEX with mesenchymal stem cell, and these two will combine together and they make this sphere or sprite that actually normally suspend within the medium. And this pre-vascularized sprite or sphere able to enhance the osteogenesis if we compare the one that without the sprite or sphere. So here they use the collagen fibrin as the biomaterial to make the sphere. Okay, so now I move to my ongoing project. Okay.
Dr. Nohana, you have 4 minutes to conclude your things. Yeah.
Right.
4 more minutes.
So, all right. So, actually, my ongoing project, I have some related with the coupling of angiogenesis and osteogenesis in bone scaffold. Why we need to couple angiogenesis and osteogenesis? Because VEGF, the growth factor, is the one that regulate the bone homeostasis that can induce the resorption is too much, and also to induce the deposition if too less. And beside, the osteoblast also can secrete a VEGF to the endothelial cells, and then endothelial cell also can give the BMP or the growth factor that is required by osteoblast. So in my research, in my ongoing project, I use a few type of biomaterials such as PLA, fibrin, and hydroxyapatite, and I use the co-culture system of HUVETs, fibroblasts, and HUVETs and osteoblasts. Why we need the co-culture? Because, as I mentioned, the HUVETs or endothelial cells needs the VEGF. So VEGF, the growth factor can be secreted by fibroblasts, osteoblasts, and other stromal cells. Okay, and then for the fibrin, why I use fibrin? Because fibrin has been used a lot for the angiogenesis, but for the bone osteogenesis also, the fibrin can give good result on that both angiogenesis and osteogenesis. So So this is like some preliminary findings on my project. We able to like culture the osteoblast within the fibrin in the 3D printed scaffold, and we have a good cell viability. And actually, what we expected is this later on we can have the vascularized or fully perfusible vascularized vessel inside the fibrin HA matrix or fibrin PLA matrix. So, as shown in this figure. So, for the future collaboration, my interest is on the incorporation of utilization of fibrin hydroxyapatite as bioactive material for bulk generation, due to the advantage that I've mentioned before on the bone. So this the same bioactive material can be used for the part regeneration. So that's all for my lecture today. I hope my lecture give us some knowledge, and we can have further the future collaboration later. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Nohana. Yeah. Next, I would like to introduce the third speaker for this afternoon section. Yeah, Dr. Nohana, you may unshare. Okay.
Done.
So our third speaker is Dr. Yanuali Raharjo. For actually he's from the his research area is investigation of novel material approach for micro extraction method for in combination with values technique of chromo chromatography in the analysis of natural products, pharmaceutical and environmental samples. So Dr. Yanuali graduates from the chemical engineering from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Is our ex-graduate lah. So I would like to invite Dr. Yanuali to start the speech on the title, the advances and challenges in membrane development for blood purification.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman Dr. Tan Tien Sui.
Yes.
Okay, allow me to share my PowerPoint.
Yeah.
All right. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Let's put our hand together. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Tan Tien Sui as our chairman, in this event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thanks to the committee who invite me to participate in this symposium. Yeah, I'm very glad to be speaker as an invited speaker in this symposium. I hope that the topic I convey can be useful and enrich the scientific in the field of biomedicine. All right. Thank you, Dr. Tantin, for your short, brief introduction. I'm from the Faculty of Science and Technology, yeah, in Membrane Science and Technology Research Group, MSTRG, in Universitas Air. Right, I would like to present regarding the advances and challenges in the membrane development for blood purification. Yeah, by this moment, the term of blood purification, or we are known as hemodialysis, is very closely related to the conditions of patients who are already severe with various comorbidities, tiring, painful, and also even deadly. By these presentations, yeah, let's learn more regarding main process inside blood purification or hemodialysis treatment. An important player in the blood purification process known as a membrane. Okay, by this slide as introduction, we know together that the membrane technology is widely applied to support the development of science and technology, both in terms of theoretical physics and also the chemistry. The application start from secondary human needs, yeah, in the secondary human needs such as water filter and also the gas aspirations to primary human needs, yeah, such as artificial kidney. Regarding its application, the membrane technology is used to treat kidney disease via hemodialysis. Hemodialysis treatment on blood purification process. Okay, based on this description, membranes are vital in medical fields, which further needs to be continuously developed and studied. Okay, basically in our body, we have three kinds of uremic toxins. There are water-soluble uremic toxins such as the urea, creatinine, uric acid, and as other, and also middle molecular weight. There are consists of cystatin C, beta-2 microglobulin, and also the beta endorphin. And then the protein bonded such as the indosylate sulfate, picoresol, and also the phenol. Okay, if the three kinds of uremic toxins in our blood, they have a high levels, yeah, so our kidney fail to adequate filter the metabolic waste from blood by urine. So that condition we can call the kidney failure. Acute kidney injury (AKI) is a condition when patients get a suddenly attack of poor blood quality causes of bioaccumulations of toxins. Whereas the middle molecular, yeah, and also the protein bonded, the one is very difficult to be clear to be removed by using the conventional hemodialysis. Actually, for the water-soluble uremic toxins, the one is can be cleaned up by using the low flux membranes. Yeah, the low flux membranes, that one is commonly used, yeah, into the hospital, into the clinic, in home, yeah, into the clinical, something like in some of doctor. And then the middle molecular weight can be removed by using the high flux. Then for the protein bonded, that one is cannot be removed by using the conventional hemodialysis membrane. And then so many researchers obtained that the protein bonded can be removed by using the adsorption principle. Okay, by this scheme, yeah, we are going to talk about the blood purification process. In hemodialysis, for the first figure, we can see that blood flows out from the patients through the vascular access and blood tubing into one end of the dialyzer, where it is distributed into thousands of capillary-like hollow fibers. Yeah, the one is one piece of hollow fiber. And then insert this dialyzer, the one is consists of thousands, yeah, millions, thousands, and capillary-like hollow fibers. The dialysis solutions enters from another part and flows opposite direction, yeah, by using this scheme. with the blood around these fibers in the dialysis compartment of the dialysis. So that we can see here, the uremic toxins can be removed, removed by diffusion, osmosis, reaction. By the illustration shows the uremic toxins, by this figure, shows the uremic toxins removal, and the one is the blood flows. Okay, so the uremic toxins removal insert tubular hollow fiber. The one is can be called the tubular hollow fiber. The water soluble uremic toxins was very easy to be removed. Follows the water flows. The water flows by using the dialysis flows. Pass through the membrane. While the protein-bonded uremic toxins and also some of middle molecular weight uremic toxins, the one is very difficult to be passed through from the pores of the membrane. So it was come back to the blood flows through come to the body. Okay. Okay, for the next slides, that one is a kidney failure treatment. There are three kinds of kidney failure treatment. For the first is peritoneal dialysis, second is hemodialysis, and the third is kidney transplant. Okay, so many kidney failure patients, so many kidney failure patients choose the hemodialysis, as the best treatment. Because the one is a more comfortable and less stressful, faster and more efficient per unit time than peritoneal dialysis. Patients avoid the risk of peritonealitis, and exit site infectious, and also the one is less expensive rather than the kidney transplant and also the peritoneal dialysis. Okay, the one is our data. Our data regarding our kidneys and also the hemodialysis. 1 in 10 Indonesian has kidney disease. Okay, I think that this condition is the same also in Malaysia, because 2 years ago, 2 years ago, I graduated from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia just now, and then I was did to learn and to study about the hemodialysis membrane in Malaysia too. And then millions more in us, are at risk. The one is very dangerous for us. And then the causes of kidney failures is become 44% come from the diabetic, 28% from the high blood pressure, and then others is causes combined. Okay, hemodialysis in Indonesia, from the data 2018, based on the Indonesian Renal Registry, IRR. So in Indonesia have 2,700,000, approximately, Indonesian citizens, that doing the hemodialysis treatment, regarding the kidney failure. That one is a major concern, to the government, because increased more than 65% compared to a previous year. And then that one is a hemodialysis system that I have described before. So we have a low flux and also the high flux. In low flux, that one's content of cellulose-based membrane, symmetric structure, and then low permeability of water, low pressure under small pores, and relatively affordable for the price. Can be used by kidney failure patient in all conditions. So that one in low flux system, that one is commonly used in hospital. Able to remove only for water soluble uremic toxin. Able to remove only for water soluble uremic toxin, but not for middle molecular and also the protein bonded uremic toxin. That one is a lost concern, by some of doctor and also some of patients. And then that one is to get problems for us. And then for the high flux system, that one is consists of non-cellulose based membrane. That one is consists of a polymeric synthetic membrane, asymmetric structure. They have a high permeability of water, high pressure under large pores. In high flux system, that one is a very expensive. So many requirements have to fulfill for the patient, such as the body weight, hemoglobin level, phosphate concentration, and also the blood pressure. Yeah, so no every patients can be treated by using the high flux. And then by using the high flux system, the one is able to remove water soluble and also middle molecular uremic toxin, but not for protein bonded uremic toxin. Okay, the one also problems for high flux. And then continuously to talking about the hemoperfusion system. Yeah, the one is to remove. Yeah, the purpose is to remove the protein bonded uremic toxin. So many researchers has been developed, has been not developed, has been uh, to looking for some adsorbent that can be applied to remove the protein bonded uremic toxin from our blood. They want activated carbon, charcoal, porous cellulose beads, resin, nanoporous activated carbon monoliths, and also graphene nano platelets, and up to the zeolite. But all of these adsorbent, the one is not selective. Yeah, they were simultaneously absorb so many organic molecules on blood, among them essential for life. Yeah, the blood has to measure of osmolarity, pH, and also the total protein after the treatment. Yeah, so the one is very complex. Yeah, if we using the hemoperfusion system, the hemoperfusion system is rarely used. Yeah, in the hemodialysis, primarily due to the biocompatibility of materials, particle release, and also the limited to remove water soluble uremic toxins. All right, that one is coming to the our problem. Yeah, if we study about the hemodialysis treatment. And then we need to select. Yeah, we need to selectivity improvement. Yeah, to selective sorbent. Yeah, that one is our challenges. Yeah, our challenges together to looking for that one the absorbent that very useful. Yeah, to remove protein bonded uremic toxins. Right. Okay, now we are going to discuss about the biocompatibility challenges on blood purification membrane. The current hemodialysis membranes create inflammation responses due to their bioincompatibility. Yeah, during the blood interaction with synthetic polymer, yeah, synthetic polymer structure. This was reported for membranes with natural base or synthetic base polymer. Okay, it's a specific interaction, a contact of blood proteins with membrane surface, which initiates a different cascade reaction and results in immune system response in our body. Is considered as an issue for dialysis membrane. And then furthermore, besides coagulation, platelet complement, and also the leukocyte activation, yeah, infection, allergic reaction, complete disinfection of dialysis, and finally, the flows of contaminated compounds could be occur during treatment. So it should be noted that these are all general aspects of the hemodialysis therapies, and each modality might have its own specific problem. Yeah, in addition of previously mentioned ones, yeah, another barrier to consider is the division removal. Yeah, for the middle-sized molecular product and also protein-bonded uremic toxins. Okay, as we know together, the body's immune system are activated along with blood protein absorptions to the surface, which is a complicated phenomenon. Protein attachments to the surface, yeah, is commonly studied under the title of displacement process, which might initiate the coagulation cascade. Yeah, we can see in this figure that one is a view of blood and polymer interaction, which results in fibrin matrix. Yeah, and then any other cell or trigger cells by the surface could be activated, yeah, which consequently result in cascade activation, autocatalytic enzymatic process of other cells through production of mediators. All right, defensive system activations in hemodialysis reflects hemoincompatibility of the use of polymeric membrane.
Yeah,
Okay, some.
Noah, you have another 4 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, some researchers, develop some of compounds that can be coated into the polymeric membrane, such as the BSA, heparin, warfarin, aspirin, and etc. And then here we can see some of the compatibility factor is significant, for the SPES, and also the synthetic vitamin A. And then the challenges and also the advances outlook for the future. Yeah, according to the researchers has been developed previously, despite the improvement in quality of hemodialysis, uh, the patient's quality of life is still not acceptable. Accordingly, there have to be more effort put on incompatibility issues of the membranes. And then I together MTech, in Advanced Membrane Technology Research Center in Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, to innovate one of the mixed matrix membranes. Yeah, the one that the principle of mixed matrix membranes is the synergetic of hemoperfusion and also the hemodialysis strengthness. So for the future blood purification, we can remove adequately for all uremic toxins in one time. Yeah, and then for this project, I have did the fabrication, characterization, performance test, and also the in vitro test. Yeah, and then for the next is I will going to test for the in vivo. And then this one is characteristics of zeolites, as an absorbent that can be seen here for the VCM and also the TEM, and some of nitrogen absorption disruption isotherm for the BET. And then the one is a big resource. The one is I choose as a representative of a protein bonded uremic toxins. We can see here, from the Langmuir and also the Fransley isotherm. The absorption is a very favorable, and also from the kinetical absorption study, it follows the pseudo second order. Yeah, the one is can be here the pseudo second order, so chemical reaction, for binding between the adsorbent and also the analytes. And then by result from the intraparticle diffusion here, we can see the surface of IZ, the surface of our adsorbent is more sensitive to analyze than others due to the effect of pore imprinting modification. And also the our absorptions is has a short time step phase in comparison to others absorption. And then regarding the selectivity measurement, in our absorption, and our absorbent developed here, the one is have a 4.3 times greater than others absorbent. And then the one is a result from loading, loading percentage loading for the adsorbent into our mixed matrix membranes can be seen here. The one is 1% for the adsorbent. They have a good dispersion, rather than 2.5 up to 7.5%. And then the one is a PES loading study, for the 14 up to the 18. And then the one is result for the surface properties and also the leaching study. The one is the peak result removal, can be removed, total removal up to 52.35%. All right, and then the lastly is result from our biocompatibility. For the biocompatibility, we did the protein absorption, blood coagulation, cytotoxicity test by using the MTT assay and also the hemolysis and platelet adhesion. We can conclude that our adsorbent and also the mixed matrix membrane, that one is biocompatible, to be applied into the hemodialysis membrane. As a conclusion, based on the previous results of collaboration research, it has a very big opportunity to be further developed in vivo and preclinical trials to further produce hemodialysis membranes, which are very useful for hemodialysis patients for blood purification and getting a better life for kidney disease and other disease, such as the cytokine storm during COVID-19 and also the autoimmune. Right? The future development of blood purification membranes is become a challenges and advances. based on the previous result obtained, yeah, that I explained just now, the mixed matrix membrane adsorbent is a very powerful to cleanse the uremic toxin and getting adequately blood purification in one-step treatment. Okay, I think enough for my presentation, Dr. Tan Tien Sri, and
Yeah,
all the
thanks, Dr. Anon. Yeah.
participants. Thank you very much.
So I would like to introduce our last speaker for this forum section. Wait, yeah, Dr. Amil Putra Mohammad Saad from UTM. Dr. Amil actually is currently a senior lecturer in Department of Applied Mechanics and Design in Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. His expert is in biomechanics, biodegradation, biotribology. One of the job scope for his he also actively involved in consultation work. One of it is designing the pipe layout for the new plant and equipment used for oil and gas company, and also other consultation works such as optimization performance of fluid transport, flash dryer pipe using computational fluid dynamic. Yeah. So I would like to invite Dr. Amil Putra to speak on the title Biodegradable Porous Bond Scaffold for Cancerous Bond Replacement under Stimulate Physiological Bond Environment. Yeah, Dr. Amil.
Yes, Dr. Tan, thank you. All right, so let me share first. Do you see the full mode presentation or the PowerPoint?
Full mood, yeah.
Alright, okay. Thank you, Dr. Tan. Okay, again, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon to everyone. Alright, so first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Tan for giving the introduction of me. Alright, so I would like to, for today's session, is basically I would like to let you know about uh, the past study, and still currently we are doing this biodegradable porous bone scaffold for cancerous bone replacement under bone physiological environment. Okay, so my name is Amir Putra bin Mat Saad, currently being appointed as a senior lecturer in Applied Mechanics and Design, Schools of Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, UTM. Alright, so let's begin with the mechanobiological of bone, right? So basically, okay, bone consists of cancellous and also cortical. This is most of all knows this situation, which is under physiological environment. So mechanical loading will be transferred through our hip joint. Again, then it will be transferred based on the load flow itself. It will transmit through all the network inside the cancellous bone structure. All right. So in order to make it these things, okay, always our condition is our ideal bone always remodel to obtain the ideal condition. So bone remodeling must be there. Okay, that is why at our prime age, our strength of bone is different. For example, people with the age of 20 somethings compared with the people of the 40 somethings and compared with the 60 somethings, the strength of the bone is differ comparable with the whatever is the mechanical loading that being actively being used, okay, by that person. If the person actively involved with the sport and so on, so the mechanical loading, the repetitive load, okay, acting on the joint, that what make our bone stronger. That is why we know that, okay, based on this bone remodeling process, okay, the two I could say I simplify into two main important characteristic that we identify from this one, which is the first one is the bone marrow movement that passing through the porous structure that provide the mineralization, okay, that do this bone remodeling. And the second thing is that the mechanical strain itself, we call as the bone strain. Okay, based on our study, okay, based on our best of knowledge, we have screened through a lot of studies either in simulation, computational basis, or in experimental basis. We have identified that the range of the bone marrow movement is within the range of 0.0072 until 1.67 milliliter per minute. That is very, very slow, right? But there is a movement there. And the second one is the mechanical loading, which convert into bone strain. The strain itself, okay, it separate into three category. The first one is 1,000, 2,000, and 3,500 micro strain. So what mean that micro strain is very little, but somehow that is the amount that our bone can adapt. With the 1,000 strain means that what is the condition of 1,000 strain? 1,000 strain representing that the people or the patient that currently endure normal just a few steps of walk. Okay, maybe that patient are having some difficulties to perform the normal activities. So with the minimum steps, that will be the bone will consume around 1,000 micro strain displacement only. With the normal people, that normal active people life, average is around 2,000. That one is an average people, the active person, 2,000 micro strain that our bone adapt with the displacement. And the most severe cases, this is the anticipated by our past researchers. They have do this with the 3,500 micro strain. It breaks the bone. Okay, either cortical and also cancellous bone itself. All right. Based on these two parameters, I call this one as a parameter. We identify this as a mechanical stimulus on the to provide to sustain the bone itself to make sure it is in the ideal condition. All right. Okay, I believe most people knows. Okay, once we are enter in this area of research. Okay, normal trabecular bone, that is what the ideal what people want. But somehow we cannot avoid that our God designed to us that we start with the child, baby, and then we go back until towards death. We call that we are exist in the times of space of time. That's why Allah have created us within that time space. So we cannot avoid the aging process. What mean by the aging process? Okay, we have our weak time and then we have our prime time. Then we will go back to our weak time again. So based on that, after past, okay, our prime time, normally this situation will happen what we call as the necrotic of death. Okay, necrotic or trabecular bone means that the resorption is much higher compared to the new bone, new tissue bone, new tissue growth. Okay, that is the situation by what we mean by necrotic. So the resorption is higher compared to the growth of new tissue. What happened? Why is that happen? It is because of the our lifestyle. Okay, because of the aging process. Normally at our 20 to 30 of our age, basically we are very active. Every single evening we go to play, but somehow beyond that, maybe we stay at office and so on. So that will somehow reduce our daily loading on our bone. So that's why our bone resorption is higher compared to our prime time. Okay, and also it's a cell issues of this. All right. So based on this, based on the necrotic area, okay, we have basically hypothesized that, okay, the way the necrotic attack our trabecular bone. So we are the patient having the necrotic of trabecular bone. Basically, they are having a joint issues. So it will attack as well the cartilage and area of cartilage. All right. So that is because of this necrotic of trabecular bone. That's why in order to remove this, okay, we need to remove all the necrotic death trabecular bone, and then we need to fill again with the bone graft. So this is what we need to design our new porous bone scaffold. Okay, so with the current technologies and the development that researchers do, okay, so synthetic bone graft are having into this category types of material, which is polymer, ceramic, and the third one is metal. And metal is basically for bone application is much favorable due to the first items due to the mechanical properties of the metal itself, right? Okay, bone scaffold. Okay, what is to normally usually the way that orthopedic surgeon fill the bone graft is using the autograft, allograft, and also xenograft. Okay, but somehow this is due to the side effect of this. Researcher move towards the biomimetic bone scaffold. Okay, so they are using the porous, biocompatible, biodegradable, and also mechanical property that tailor or mimic to the bone itself. And we also know every single point of our body is not similar. That is the most tricky part. Okay, how we are going to as an engineer, we are going to tailor our design based on the local situation of the bone. Alright, and bioinnate material, this is that being commonly used. Okay, either using the tantalum, cobalt chromium, also titanium, but there is a innate materials which they will be there forever. Okay, so that is why with the idea of the temporary implant, it stays inside of our body to serve the purpose. Once done, the purpose to be there, then it will degrade slowly and slowly until it dissolve inside our body. Okay, so that is why metal is favorable in terms of mechanical properties of that to help to for the load bearing. All right, so based on this, the problem itself, okay, let's look at the first one. Okay, so this is basically the video how the bone scaffold, the necrotic bone have been removed. Okay, then we install the new bone scaffold. This is an example of the bioinnate porous scaffold made of tantalum. So once you install with that, okay, then bone marrow start passing through, and including the blood cell and so on. And with the bone remodeling process, okay, so the new tissue will be grow inside of the porous structure. Okay, so this is the main idea. So and then this scaffold, these types of material will remain inside our body forever. Okay, and then of course, when we have, for example, we will take uh, an extra ordinary load. Of course, this one will be triggered as a point of concentration load. Okay, so to be categorized of the biomaterial, we have the bioinnate and also biodegradable. Okay, and then normally the degradation techniques have been how the way we access or we analyze the degradation normally using the degradation technique of static emission. This one as a gold standard that been referred. Okay, that is why we need to fill our proposed works. Okay, our proposed of work in UTM, we propose with a scaffold with a fill with a porous metal. Okay, currently we are using the porous magnesium, and a few more we are also using the porous iron, and also few more types of material, composite and so on, combining with this with the physiological activities, okay, to assess the what we call as the dynamic degradation of the biodegradable material. we we basically focusing on the environment. We are using the physiological activity to assess the degradation itself. Okay, so this is you are using the to make a porous, okay, using the CNC machine. Okay, and then the types of porosity, we vary with this is very important. We vary with the porosity. The first one is the porosity, and the second one is the surface area of the scaffold itself, because that is very important. We would like to know what are the parameter that basically affecting our degradation. Okay, so this is the what we call as, to me we call as a test kit. Okay, so here basically you see like a large test kit. So basically currently we are developing a small test kit. Okay, we can bring anywhere, like a simple bag. We can test our degradation of any biodegradable metal. So with this setup, basically we can with this setup, with the previous study, we assess three types of flow rate. Okay, above here, 0.025, 0.4, and 0.8 milliliter per minute under emission time of 1, 2, and also 3 days. For magnesium, it's very fast. That's why I think most of all, when Dr. Ardian Shah, once he's presenting in the plenary session, just in the morning session, he's already mentioned that it is not really, it is very fast, because we want to basically we would like to see either this material can be sustained for 1 year or not. Okay, so under this condition, we do a lot under experimental basis. When we also do the computational analysis to do this. Okay, we are capable on doing this. That's why we would like to see which types of porosity, the way we design our arrangement, okay, of the porous structure, the interconnected pore, how the fluid effect, okay, how about the wall shear stress affect the structure. Okay, that's the correlation of wall shear stress is triggered the cells to grow inside the structure. Okay, the second one, I think the most complicated things to us is basically the how you are going to combine together, integrated together the flow of the simulated body fluid, and also the loading of towards the scaffold. We are managed doing this. All right, we are managed doing this, and also we have also replicate on some materials. So we are basically a lot on focusing on this particular part. It's a big challenge to maintain these types of condition, but it is really amazing things. So that we done this, okay. We managed to get some of the result of this, okay. Including the based on this setup, we are using the constant our flow rate. Also, we can vary our flow rate. We have the capability of the based on our pump, peristaltic pump, and with the constant of flow rate, we basically varies our loading cycling law of loading. Okay, we have using the 1000, 2000, and also 3500 micro strain, and we vary with the time frame, 1 day, 2 days, and also 3 days. Okay, based on this
Yeah,
is
Dr. Amil, you have another 3 minutes. Yeah.
okay. Based on the we have the degradation morphologies. Okay, so this is basically the image that I really like. The image that we want to identify where is the calcium phosphate. Okay, all right. So the good thing of the based on this dynamic degradation, we can maintain the pH within our human body compared to with the static condition. Okay, this is the degradation rate and also mechanical properties. What we have seen from this one, it is relative weight loss. Okay, it is as porosity increase, it will increase a lot of the degradation loss towards that specimen. Same goes to the degradation rate. Okay, and then lastly for this particular part, the Young's model, this is anticipated. Okay, but somehow there are some phenomena that based on degradation itself, how it clogs the situation. That is really amazing things lah. Okay, that is why once we implemented the integrated one, the clogging situation is never happen. Okay, and then this is the future direction. Okay, the future collaboration. This is the ideal. Okay, what we call as this is the main roadmap that we are going to obtain. So basically, okay, so the target is that for the biodegradable to have the 0.02 millimeter per year. Okay, including the load bearing with the physiological of bone. So that is why the future direction of this, we need to mimic not only in terms of the material itself, but the condition, the way we analyze our biodegradable must be in terms of dynamic degradation. We combine the movement of the body fluid and including the cyclic loading of based on the to predict the movement of the bone. All right. So the room for collaboration that we are looking at, basically we have already established the currently we have our own mathematical model, okay, novel porous design structure based on the dynamic mechanobiological aspects, because previously we only consider one point. As you can see in the previous graph, basically we have uh, starting from the inflammation phase until bone recover, we have a lot of time period there. So basically we have covered some of the time period, we improve our design basis, and now we already fabricate that. And also we have developed our dynamic degradation test kit. This is a wonderful thing. We have some collaboration with other university that has also doing on magnesium composite alloy. So they also tested in our dynamic degradation test kit. Also, we have the capability on doing the computational porous bone scaffold on the simulated environment, physiological environment. So we are capable doing this under fluid and also under mechanics and combination of that fluid and also solid. Okay, and then we basically we are looking at on further to having on the biomaterials aspects. Okay, because we are really looking at the mechanics and design of this scaffold. That's why we really appreciate, okay, for somebody that have expert on this biomaterial, and also we are looking further on the animal testing. Okay, I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Amil. Uh, I need the moderator help to put all the speakers on the stage. Yeah. So if you have any question for discussion, you may post in the group chat. Yeah. Okay. If no question, let me ask some question. Let's keep the ball rolling. Because it's actually it's a
Time for sleep.
wonderful.
Time
Yeah,
for sleeping.
yeah, it's a wonderful session because we have different expertise background. If we can open up the window for discussion, it will good for future joint venture. Yeah, I heard I think most of your researcher, I think, involved in scaffold design, like Dr. Amil, like who else? Dr. Nohana, and also I think Prof. Reina also involved in some scaffold design. Maybe we can discuss a bit lah. Any kind of like action or future that we can join together. Yeah. For example, like Dr. Amil, when you install a scaffold, this one I think Nohana something experimental thing you can verify how the cell grow, how the thing perfectly grow, because it's you can put the thing under microscope or under this thing. But when the thing installed inside the human, how can you monitor the progress of the healing process or the cell grow? How can you monitor all these things? Yeah, maybe this thing, Doctor Professor Ragney can come in, chip in, like putting the sensor or whatever. Yeah, this is a big good idea lah. Yeah, to monitor real time. Yeah, after, because in experimental in vitro you take out after 10 days you can see that, but when you put in the human, how can you know it's working or not? Yeah, yeah, maybe you can have short discussion or throw some idea.
Okay,
Yeah,
to me, basically that's what we call as the smart implant. Okay, the future collaboration, yes, we basically do the hardware part. Okay, we are looking at further on the software particular for software part lah. I call that one as a software part because once we install inside if either in human body or maybe in animal, how can we see the progress itself? So normally we need to scan we can bring. For example, we implant our scaffold inside of the, for example, the rabbit. Okay, we can scan the rabbit. Okay, but what about a larger from that human? Okay, we need to scan that human lah. So basically, it's not a really good option due to the side effects of X-ray, X-ray and so on. That's why we would like to go for the smart implant. How can we put a sensor or maybe some devices inside of our implant? That will be another intelligently part that we are looking at further lah. That's why we need to do the first part, and the second phase basically we do along together with the smart how to detect inside our body. I think I can start with that lah.
yeah. Anything to chip in from Prof. Reina? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Tantian. I want to know from Dr. Amir and Dr. Nurhana, based on your presentation, I concluded you work in the software area, simulation model. Yes, is it true? Yes.
Yeah, both
Yes.
experimental and also computational basis lah.
Yes. Have you experimental about the uh, soft or hard tissue? Really soft and hard tissue. Actually, I and my team in Erlangga University have collaborated with the research center. Research center with the Dr. Ganesan, and so for the laser tissue interaction. But I think if we before we do some experimental, I think we must really to do some simulation. What the how many energy for this, what's the kind of the material to optimally to photosensor and so on. If we can do together, I think it's very wonderful collaboration, I think, because actually I collaboration with the physics department and laser center. Maybe we can continue with the engineering field, I think. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Surely.
Yes. Okay. Please come to Erlangga University. We can discuss together with Dr. Yanuar Yati Raja. I think we can. He have much to help me to join with the Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. But I think maybe actually for the medical therapy, the first in the modeling simulation, and so we can do laboratory experimental. So for the in vitro test, and so the final the clinical testing. I think maybe we can try to through through way through way for the medical application. I think like this.
So I also Dr. Anwadi, yeah, currently at UTM or at Atlanta in Indonesia?
Now I'm in Erlangga.
Oh,
Erlangga
Elanga. Okay, okay, okay.
University. Yeah.
So now
I
you're
grad.
conducting your experiment there, lah.
Yep.
Because the master and doctoral program in UTM.
Yeah.
Okay, 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 okay.
I
So
graduated for my master and PhD from Universiti Teknologi Malaysia.
I just want to ask the kidney the experimental thing you are using the blood human blood or just using solution?
Okay, actually, I was using the water flux, and also I have tried for the a little bit of blood, yeah, synthetic blood,
Or synthetic, not a real one.
not
Never
the
try
real
the real
blood.
one, oh. Yeah.
Yeah, no, no, not the real blood.
Because the real
Yeah.
blood, I don't know how the effect of it. Because when you design the membrane, right, the surface of the membrane, when
Yep.
your hemoglobin or blood cell go through, will it be
Uh-huh.
interact or will it cause any blood clot or anything, any issue? Yeah, has you ever thinking or tackling this kind of issue?
Yeah, we are concerned about the biocompatibility also in our polymeric membrane. Yeah, I did for by some friends and researchers in MTech. Yeah, during supervised by Prof. Fauzi. Yeah,
Oh,
and also we have laboratory in vitro in chemical engineering. Yeah, in chemical engineering. So we are study in vitro deeply about the flatlet addition, yeah, and also the blood clotting, yeah, clotting time, uh, something like that.
okay. Or maybe anything for the speaker to interact or to discuss. We still have 20 minutes. If you don't want to end earlier, yeah, I think you can grab this opportunity to have better understanding of each other's background that we can set up maybe a very first step to establish the link. Yeah, because some of you also have very quite closely related direction. Yeah, like I can see the sensor. How can it be applied in the progress detecting? Yeah, all these things. Not especially like just how Dr. Amil mentioned, man. Most of the progress you measure by using X-ray, but I can see Dr. Prof. Rena's thing is using the photonic thing, which is not how to say not so hazardous yeah, as compared to the using the X-ray. Yeah, I
Yes.
think this is something we can look for. Yeah, then in future we can have better progress. Yeah, rather than after you laboratory test everything perfect, but when
Yes.
you apply in human,
Yes,
then
it's
a lot of
different.
things.
Okay, it's very different for the simulation area. So maybe like the hydroxyapatite in modeling and in vitro medical therapy, and so in human is very different because the no problem, but I think we can need some collaboration not only from the faculty and science and technology, but we can collaborate with the medical area too. Because example for my experimental about the cancer therapy with the phototherapy is my friend in medical area say that the don't join with us if your apoptosis cell not 90%. Please your optimization your experimental until 90% of the cell is the apoptosis, not necrosis and not so. But I think we need some simulation, Dr. Amir, Dr. Nurhana, for the maybe from my experimental with the chlorophyll, he is a degradation. If we can
in the body, because maybe we can improve about the some criteria, some improve for the how is the decrease of the degradation. But I think we need some simulation too for this. Maybe we can
Yes, Prof.
find something.
Because most of us normally do simulation on scaffold, not that on tissue.
Yes.
Yeah. So what we are currently doing normally a simulation on the scaffold itself, not the tissue. So yeah, it might be good. We can have like simulation modeling by using the tissue itself, not the scaffold only.
Yes, yes, I think like this. Yeah.
Another thing from my observation, because all the purpose of scaffold is to encourage a cell to grow inside, and also Prof Rena, because your laser or your photonic, all these things can encourage some healing process and the cell growth, right? I don't know whether this thing can be integrated together. Then when to encourage more growth
Yes.
or faster growth in when the scaffold including
Okay.
some photonic light, I don't know. Yeah. Because
Yes.
I also involved in some wound healing process research before, like negative pressure wound therapy. Yeah. After the discussion with the medical doctor, they say, is it possible to implement some light or some source that can maybe disinfect the bacteria at the same time encourage the growth of the tissue or this thing. Yeah. Because the wound healing process, when you have negative pressure wound therapy, you seal up the wound for maybe 1 day or 2 day. After 1 day or 2 day, you need to open up because some bacteria will grow inside. Then you need to change it. Then you need to close it back. This process is very tedious. Yeah. I don't know whether is there any possible direction on this. Yeah.
Nice.
Using the photonic to encourage the or to hybrid the things that can make the healing process or the uh, uh, result will be more significant. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Because the photonics is method of the minimal invasive compare the another method, but it's not
Okay.
deeply for the uh, cell, but I think with the sub tissue, it's no problem for the uh, uh, not not deeper the cell or the tissue. I think like this. Maybe for the ini spot.
Oh, okay, black spot.
Yes, black spot in the face. It's okay, I think. Compare with the if the cancer application for cancer cell, I think it's very very difficult. Maybe I will try to spot face for the therapy in uh, woman area.
Okay. Any question from the audience? Yeah. If no, maybe we can end somewhere here now.
Okay.
Then all of you can exchange the contact in future. Then we can set up a very strong collaboration within Elanga
Erlangga.
University, and also
Erlangga.
yeah. Also, maybe I'll contact Prof also because I also have some research in the wound healing process. Yeah.
Prof, right now, please come to UTM.
Yeah, yes.
Come over.
I miss too because my sub of final work for my doctor and UTM too with the Prof
Okay.
with the laser center. Okay, I will go this with the Dr. Yanuar. Go back to UTM.
Okay, I pass the time back to the moderator. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we proceed to the next session, let us take a photograph for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please open your webcam for photography session. We'll wait a little bit for another person, for another participant to open their webcam. Okay, thank you very much for all participants, for Prof. Redna, Dr. Nurhana, Dr. Yaduardi, and Dr. Amir Putra. Thank you very much. And I pass the session again to Associate Professor Dr. Tan for the next session. Thank you very much all.
Thank you
all.
very much.
I'm sorry, Dr. Tan, your speaker is mute.
Sorry, forget to unmute. Okay. I would like to introduce next speaker. Yeah. Uh, this speaker is quite unique because he is a medical doctor, actual medical doctor in practice. So currently, she is working as a pediatrician, neonatology consultant, a lecturer of Faculty of Medicine, Langga University, Surabaya. Along with teaching and socializing health, actually, uh, he did publish several books, contribute in producing national clinical practice guideline. So those who are interested in the medical health research, you can link with him because he's the one who produced the guideline. Yeah. Also, he's a passionate pediatric research and focus in improving the quality of care for neonates in Indonesia, and he currently he's continue to create innovative to improve management on neonatic jaundice, especially in jaundice for Indonesia. So without any further delay, I would like to invite Dr. Mahendra to present the title with the applied technology in neonatal jaundice management.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tan.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Tan, for the opportunity to give speak in International Symposium on Biomedical, Biorefinery and Energy Security. So as Dr. Tan said, maybe I'm the only one medical doctor here. So I won't tell a lot about technical things, that I will just tell about the implication on the clinical situations about using applied technology here. So this is our outline. We'll talk about the definition, epidemiology, pathophysiology, and applied research on the management of jaundice infants. So first, because most of you are not a medical doctor, so I would like just to give brief explanations about what is jaundice. So some people say jaundice or icterus, it is referred to the same condition. So it's a kind of clinical condition that indicated by yellow condition of the skin and eyes of the newborn. If we have taken the blood of the baby and we see that there is an increasing level of bilirubin to normal values depending on the gestational age and birth weight of the baby and the postnatal age of the need of the phototherapy and transfusion, so we can call the baby suffer from hyperbilirubinemia. And then we have what we call it complication of the hyperbilirubinemia. We have acute complication and chronic complications. Acute complications means the manifestation of bilirubin toxicity that is encountered in the first week of life. And then the chronic complications can be the motor disabilities and also cerebral palsy and hearing loss. Why neonatal jaundice is important? Because in here we said from the paper 2015 from the Don Ostro Trieste yellow treated babies, we have like associations of medical doctor who is interested on yellow baby. It is stated that 60 under 80% infants affected by complication of hyperbilirubinemia, and more than 100,000 of them and neonatal death in the world each year are associated with complication of hyperbilirubinemia, and most of the 75% are occur in low middle income countries such as in Indonesia. So what is bilirubin? So bilirubin is a product degradation of red cell. Yeah. So when we have a common laboratory tool, it only can measure, we call it total serum bilirubin. The most associating bilirubin type that is associated with the acute complication and chronic complication of hyperbilirubinemia is free bilirubin. But unfortunately, common laboratory diagnostic tools cannot measure bilirubin free. It is only can measure by free bilirubin toolkits that is usually not available worldwide. So that's why our conventional laboratorium just only measure the total serum bilirubin. That include two things: a bilirubin bound by albumin and free bilirubin. When the baby looks yellow, it means that bilirubin level in his blood is more than 80 micromole per liter. So the baby will look yellow, but it is normal. Not all of the yellow babies need treatment. But when the level is exceed the dangerous levels, icterus may happen. So we need to prevent. This incident should be preventable with timely and adequate treatment. We call it the treatment to reduce bilirubin level is phototherapy. If phototherapy doesn't work, we can do a blood exchange transfusion. So during my PhD, our project is I pursue my PhD in UMCV, University of Groningen in the Netherlands. Our project is proposed to improve the management of neonatal hyperbilirubinemia in low limited resource setting. So at a time we need to have the registry, and then we need to find the problem of and measure the Indonesian hyperbilirubinemia. So we send questionnaires. We need to know about the variation of care of the medical doctors. And also, we need to find the current practice of phototherapy in Java, Indonesia. By then, we know the problems that we have varied in the variation care, the approach on the hyperbilirubinemia management that have been published in the paper of LOFT 1 in 2018. And also we have gathered data from survey of the 17 hospital to know about the current practice on the phototherapy that also have been published in a top 30 journal in BMC. We don't have a normogram. We don't have a uniform guideline in the management of hyperbilirubinemia. So we found that a lot of medical doctors have their own preference in starting and stopping treatment of patients with hyperbilirubinemia. So that's why we encourage the neonatology working group, the Indonesian Pediatric Society working group, to make a new guideline that is uniform in the management of hyperbilirubinemia, especially by making a new normogram threshold when to start phototherapy, when to start and consider exchange transfusion. And then we need to find new method on the non-invasive method in early recognition of hyperbilirubinemia. Because in our experience here, not all of the healthcare facilities having such facility like a complete laboratory examination to measure bilirubin level. As far as you know that Indonesia is a kind of archipelago that consists of 1,000 islands, and a very remote island is very difficult to get the level of bilirubin. So that's why they don't know exactly when to start uh, treatment of phototherapy if they are facing patient with hyperbilirubinemia. By then, we hypothesize that by having all of the and improving of all of the aspect of the clinical problem on the diagnosis and treatment of hyperbilirubinemia, we would like to improve its care in the management neonatal hyperbilirubinemia in Indonesia. First, we would like to talk about our problems in the current practice of phototherapy on Java, Indonesia. Why do we need to know about this? Because phototherapy is the evidence-based medicine treatment for hyperbilirubinemia in infants. So at the beginning, our old paradigm, our problem in Indonesia is very different with the international guideline. Actually, in Indonesia, there is a problem of measuring irradiance or intensity dose. As suggested by American Academy of Pediatrics that giving phototherapy should be as precise as pharmacotherapy. It should be have a dose, measurable dose. Our practice, our old paradigm, our practice in treating hyperbilirubinemic infants is just only giving single phototherapy lamp or double phototherapy lamp when the baby have very high bilirubin level, and just order to the nurse that they need one day or 2 days or 3 days phototherapy without knowing the dose. By doing this research, we would like to know and then to make an awareness that we need to change our old paradigm, not just only saying to the nurse giving single or double phototherapy, but also we need to give prescription that the baby maybe needs standard phototherapy or intensive phototherapy. We call standard phototherapy when the dose that is achieved by the baby is around 10 microwatt per centimeter per square per nanometer, or intensive phototherapy when the dose that is achieved by the baby is around 30 microwatt per centimeter per square per nanometer. It's very surprising, very surprising results that we found. It's around 20 brand phototherapy device used in Indonesia. And then in here, you know that a lot of phototherapy device that is still being used by the hospital is having irradiance level or intensity below the therapeutic level. It means below the 10 microwatt per centimeter per square per nanometer. But only few of them have intensive phototherapy. But there is one phototherapy device that have very extremely high intensity that's maybe dangerous for the infants. Unfortunately, they don't know that they have phototherapy that low irradiance level. Then they don't know that they also have phototherapy that is very extremely high intensity that may cause infant in danger. We are very happy that at the time that our promoters donate the intensity meter, we call it Billy Blanket meter from Omega General Electric Healthcare. It's to measure the dose of the phototherapy in Indonesia. So this is the result. We found varied intensity inter and intra hospital. As you know, from 8 over 17 hospitals still using phototherapy below therapeutic, below standard dose. And just only few of them also, around 50% of them, they don't have phototherapy intensive. So when they face baby with very high bilirubin level, maybe the baby will fail to we feel reducing bilirubin level because the phototherapy is not intensive enough. What are the technological innovations as a part of solutions that we have developed for the diagnosis and management of jaundice? So by knowing that we don't have the intensity meter, we collaborate with engineer to make intensity meter with local resources. So we call it photo in meter. Yeah, so we use as a gold standard for the calibration of this device is by using Billy blanket method from the Omega General Electrics. We use like artificial intelligence that mimicking the uh, mimicking the calculator to measure the intensity that is given by the phototherapy to the baby. And also we collaborate with Norwegian Institute by developing smartphone-based yellow baby monitoring technology in newborn to estimate bilirubin level, plus, just only by clicking and taking the picture of the infant with calibration card. Why we need to build this? Because our current approach to diagnose hyperbilirubinemia is using transcutaneous bilirubin level, transcutaneous bilirubin method. That is still very expensive according to our opinions, and also point of care testing, PUC method, that it's now being used in Indonesia in urban area. But if we want to spread the easiness of diagnosing patient hyperbilirubinemia, we need to make a application that is integrated in smartphones, because we know that smartphone is available worldwide, even in a very rural area in Indonesia. So that's why we want to substitute our current approach, that which is unreliable, by changing the approach of just only seeing the progressing of yellowish skin from head to toe, and also by using ruler, icterometer, by using smartphone-based application. So this is how pictures work. We need just to place the calibration card on the baby's chest, and then we need to place the smartphone over the calibration card, and then if it is already in line, the smartphone will automatically capture the image of the baby 6 times, 3 times with and without clicks. And so something like that. Yeah. Okay. After that, we can enter the information about baby's gestational age and birth weight, and then we will know the result of the estimation of bilirubin. And then we can treat the baby according to the guideline. The clinical trials now is ongoing in Indonesia, Nepal, and Uganda. This is the first results of our estimation by using smartphone, but by using the blunt Altman plots, we know that our application, Victor's application, is very overestimations. There's more than the mean difference with total serum bilirubin is around 6.1 milligram per deciliter. The upper limit is around 14 milligram per deciliter. So it is very overestimating. So now we are working on the calibration card. Maybe the calibration card need to be adapted with the skin color of our skin in Indonesia. As we know in our previous research, that there are various approach on the management of hyperbilirubinemia among healthcare workers. That's why we want to make a uniform guideline in the management of hyperbilirubinemia. And we want to make it easier for the healthcare workers to use the guideline by integrating the guideline into applications into application to the smartphone, or to their smartphone. So we made a Bilinome, we developed Bilinome as an application innovation as a decision support tool for jaundice management. We have been published in PLOS ONE. If you want to read it in detail, that is that. So we would like to just give uh, quite brief explanation about what is Bilinome. So Bilinome's applications aim to help health workers to decide the appropriate treatment for the case of hyperbilirubinemia in newborn based on our national guideline. Our healthcare workers do not need to memorize normal values or bilirubin levels, but only need to enter the required information, such as gestational age, birth weight, postnatal age, and risk factors. And the bilinome functions can used as decision tool, can predict acute complication and chronic complication, and also can educate the parents. So this is the bilinome case report.
Dr. Mahendra, you have 2 more minutes, yeah, to conclude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this is the case. I would like just finishing in a few minutes. So it will help the clinicians whether they want to start phototherapy or to stop phototherapy or to consider exchange transfusion or whether the baby doesn't need treatment. The data we gather from our general hospital seems that our Bilinome application improve care. They in before and after intervention of Bilinome, it can increase prompt treatment of the hyperbilirubinemia management and decrease the under treatment and over treatment and appropriate treatment in the hyperbilirubinemia. And this technology is accepted by the participant of the healthcare workers that use Bilinome at the time. We also developed Air Bilinest, a smart portable phototherapy device with adjustable dose that is bundled with intensity meter, and then we can adjust also the intensity from standard phototherapy to intensive phototherapy. And then with the problem of having just only overhead phototherapy, this phototherapy device can provide more body exposure. They can provide not only overhead because the baby is on the blanket, but also the underneath phototherapy. As we compare with the conventional phototherapy that they only can give overhead phototherapy. And we use the light emitting diode, which is more durable and has minimal side effect on the risk of fever and dehydration of the baby. So this is when we can positioning the baby in the device use. We also collaborate with the Stanford University. At the beginning, we have an idea from the Nigeria Institute of Hyperbilirubinemia Center Excellence that has already collaborated with Stanford University to make filtered sound-based portable phototherapy device. That's why we want to make a portable one, but a little fancy by just only making the cover of the filtered sound-based phototherapy. This is Professor Heng J. Verman that helped us to build herbilisons by using natural sunlight to prevent hyperbilirubinemia. We only need to put the baby on the crib and then cover the crib with a filtered sunlight window. Conclusion. So we do basic research that finds problems, and our applied research gives solutions. And of course, we find another problem, but the clinical implications of this applied research improve care for better health. And our clinical problem still needs solution on basis of diagnosis modality and treatment modality. Collaborations between science and engineer is very important. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Mahendra. Yeah. Now we will go for the next presenter. So next invited speaker is Dr. Siti Aisyah Muale. Yeah. So Dr. Siti Aisyah is the senior lecturer for School of Biomedical Engineering and Health Science. Yeah. Her expertise is in molecular biology, protein purification. Yeah. And also she's registered under Society of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology. She will speak on the title of Know It How to Combat It, SARS-CoV-2 Structural Protein as Therapeutic Targets. This is a wonderful topic that when we enter the endemic. So let's put our hand together to welcome Dr. Siti Aisyah.
All right, thank you, Dr. Tan. Should I share my slide? Hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to find
Share.
slideshow, but the sharing options doesn't show. However,
Share screen. Yeah, screen one.
Screen, yeah. Okay, I'm sharing the screen. Okay, are you able to see?
Yes, yes, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Dr. Tan. Assalamualaikum and a very good evening to all. I am Siti Aisyah Muali from School of Biomedical Engineering and Health Science, and also a member of Medical Devices and Technology Center, UTM. So actually my field of research is more on the molecular biology, specifically about the antigen antibody reactions. So I am going to talk about the potential therapeutic targets on the SARS-CoV-2 structural proteins, which I am also working on at the moment. So this will be very useful for many downstream applications, like for diagnosis and also the therapeutics aspect. So the structural proteins of the SARS-CoV-2 virus I'm selecting several structural proteins from this viral because of their properties. So let's see the introduction first. What is SARS-CoV-2 virus? So I'm pretty sure, I believe that all of us familiar already with this kind of this virus. It is coming from a Coronaviridae family. It is a coronavirus family. So it is categorized under a subfamily of Orthocoronavirinae, which is under the category of beta group of Coronaviridae. And it has, specifically for SARS-CoV-2, it has around 26 to 32 kilobase genome size. So it is quite huge for a virus. It is an envelope type of virus and has positive sense of single-stranded RNA. So this is an advantage also because an advantage for the virus actually to infect the host cell, because for the positive sense of RNA for a virus, it has skipped a step where the RNA can straight away be translated into protein in the host cell. Okay, and this virus has infected more than 535 million people around the world, and has caused 6.3 million deaths. And it is also a virus that gives, or that has resulted in very quick or very fast vaccination, very fast vaccines development, where at the moment there are around more than 11 billion people have been vaccinated around the world. So yeah, these are some general properties. So this is the structure, genomic structure, which, as you can see, for the structural proteins, S, E, M, and N, these are the structural proteins that I'm going to talk about today. So as you can see the structure, this is a diagram that shows the spike protein, which is looking like a crown over here. And you can see a nucleocapsid, which is together with the RNA of the virus. And then the membrane protein, as you can see here, it is also present abundantly on the surface of the SARS-CoV-2. And the smallest structural protein is the envelope protein, the least abundant protein present on the surface of the protein. So why am I choosing these structural proteins? So they are having their own specialties or own advantages in making sure that the infection is effective in the host cell. So before we go further to that, to those structural proteins, let me tell you a bit on the pathogenesis of the coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2 specifically. As you can see here, the spike protein, they will recognize straight away when they come into contact of host cell. In this case, it can be our human body cell. So the receptor, it will be recognized by the spike protein, the S protein, and they are compatible, so they can bind together, and this will change the membrane of the host cell. So that is why it is able to enter the cell, and the viral RNA genome will be released into the host cell, and everything will be happening, including the translation, the transcription and translation of the genetic material into the protein, so that they can replicate and also be released. They can infect and release from the infected cell. As you can see here, the S, M, N, and also E proteins will be produced, and they will be assembled to form a mature virus or virion. We call it as virion. So the virion will be released out from the cell through exocytosis, and it will further infect the other non-infected, not yet infected cells. So this is how they can replicate themselves in the host cell and produce more, so that more cells can be infected. So as you can see here, the spike protein is having an important role to recognize the host receptor. So let's see one by one. For the spike protein, it is the largest structural protein present in the SARS-CoV-2. As you can see the structure here, it is divided into S1 and S2 subunits, where the primary targets will be the ACE2, angiotensin converting enzyme 2, as the target on the host receptor, on the host cell. So the S protein will be binding on the ACE2 receptor. So they will recognize the host cell receptor straight away and mediate the fusion of the viral and host cell receptors. So that the viral genome can be released into the host cell. So as you can see here, the S1 and S2 subunits are in the S spike protein. And in this S1, it has the RBD structure, which is the receptor binding domain, which can bind to the ACE2 receptor in the human. So once the binding happens, it will it will activate, or it will trigger, it will anchor first the virus on to the cellular receptor, and it will also induce or trigger the cleavage of the S1 S2 site over here, okay, by the transmembrane protein serine 2. Okay, this is a protease which is responsible to cut over here. So it will further activate the S2 site. Okay, it will further activate the S2 site. So it will trigger further the change or conformational change of the membrane over here. So it will allow the fusion of the viral and host membranes, and further will release. It will further release the um, our viral RNA genome into the host cell. So the next structural protein is a nucleocapsid protein. Where does this protein located? So basically, if you zoom in on to the viral RNA genome, you can see the nucleocapsid present along the RNA structure. So it is having 419 amino acids, which is also important during the replication and also assembly, like the one that I have shown in the previous slide, in the pathogenesis slide just now. It is interfering with the interferon pathway of the host, which is the immune response lah, for the immune response, interfere with the immune response of the host, and it has higher sequence conservation. So basically, this nucleocapsid protein will have less mutation, less prone to mutation as compared to the spike protein just now. So that is why it is a great choice of diagnosis, and also diagnosis especially. So it induces a stronger protective immune response in the host. Since it is interfering with the pathway, interferon pathway of the host, so the immune response will be stronger, so that our host, our body immune response will be stronger to fight the nucleocapsid. Okay, for the next structural protein is the membrane protein or M protein, which is a smaller type of protein having 222 amino acids, and they are present abundantly on the surface of the coronavirus. Actually, for other types of coronaviruses as well, they can be found abundant. They are many present abundantly on the surface of the coronavirus, other types of coronaviruses as well. So the main component, the making up the main component of the viral envelope, as you can see here. This is the membrane protein. So it maintains the shape of the virus, the virion size and shape, and they involve in many stages, which are the processing, modification, and trafficking of multiple viral proteins. So they are important at this during viral assembly and also release of virus particles out of the host cell, and they also interfere with the host immune response through the interferon antagonism. So basically, these properties have allowed or have given the membrane protein as one of the promising targets for the treatment of the COVID-19, because they are present on the surface, so it can be easily blocked. The membrane protein can be blocked as well. Okay, for the envelope protein or E protein, it is the smallest structural protein present on the surface of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which is having 75 amino acids, and also assists in viral assembly, budding, and also virulence activities. So they overall apart from the spike protein, the membrane, envelope, and also nucleocapsid protein, they are involved in the viral assembly and also the release of the virions from the host cell. Since you have looked at those different structural proteins that are present in the SARS-CoV-2, there are reasons why we are having genomic variations in the SARS-CoV-2, where all of us know that there are alpha, beta, gamma, and also Omicron, which are the variants of concerns. Okay, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, and Omicron. And we have also variants of interest, which including the alpha, and also epsilon, okay, and kappa. So for this one, the reasons that they are having variations, genomic variations, basically due to the mutations of the spike proteins. Among these variants, the most diverse regions in the genomic, the virus genomic, they are distributed in the spike region, which is specifically on the N-terminal domain of the spike region, and also the RBD structure that I have shown just now, the receptor binding domain. So that is why it is resulting in different genomic variations in the structural proteins. As compared to the other structural proteins, and with the membrane, envelope, and nucleocapsid, the spike is having more diversity among the variants of the SARS-CoV-2. Okay, these are several approved COVID-19 drugs that targeting the structural proteins. Actually, there are many more drugs available to treat the COVID-19 infection, which targeting the other non-structural proteins. As for your information, there are many non-structural proteins present in the SARS-CoV-2 genome. The ones that I am showing you here is only the drugs targeting the structural proteins. So as you can see here, we have many drugs have been approved for treating the infection, the viral infection. I am highlighting these monoclonal antibodies, which are the most recent drugs being approved and used, where they are tixagevimab and also sivgavimab. These are these drugs. They are binding to targeting the spike protein, and they are able to prevent the virus from interacting with the ACE2 receptor, the human ACE2 receptor. So if you in Malaysia, we are now using this drug for treatment. I think this is a pre-treatment. Okay. For the one that is targeting a protease enzyme is the ritonavir boosted Nirma travel drugs. Together they are known as Paxlovid. This is another the latest one as well. They are orally available. They can be taken orally, and they are protease inhibitor that is active against this main protease on the virus, the SARS-CoV-2, the viral protease that is important, or that is playing an important role for viral replication. So that is why this is the latest, considered as one of the latest drugs being used by. They are important to block the protease activity, the viral protease activity during the infection. Okay, for the other therapeutics aspect, which is the vaccines developed. As all of us know, and all of you know, we have many vaccines approved for use, and these are only some examples. There are many other vaccines available as well. So as you can see, most other than using the inactivated virus as vaccine, the other vaccines are targeting the spike protein only. Okay, for example, for the Pfizer, it is having the mRNA. It is an mRNA type of vaccine which carrying the encoding the spike protein, and the same goes to Moderna vaccine, and also the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. as well as the Johnson and Johnson. So other than the inactivated virus vaccine, which is the conventional type of vaccine, so these are the several vaccines having mRNA encoding or encoding the spike protein, so that it can once injected, it may trigger the production of the expression of the mRNA being translated into spike protein, and our body will recognize it as something to fight against the spike protein being injected, that has been translated after injection of the vaccine. So the immune system will be recognize it to produce an antibody against the spike protein.
Dr. Aisha, you have 2 more minutes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is our ongoing or future research direction as I am working on the antibody. So my target will be my target is the help producing the single chain FV, which is a small version of antibody. Instead of having a Y shape, the whole length of antibody, we are working on the smaller version of antibody. And not only that, there will be a double specific or bispecific antibody, or known as diabody as well. We will be producing once this one is confirmed. The single chain FV is tested and so on. So we will making the diabody, which is targeting it is having dual specificity. On one in one antibody, it is having dual specificity, and these antibodies they are not only meant for therapies. They can be used as well for other purposes, like the my team is working on biosensor development, but it will these biosensors, we are targeting it to be using our in-house produced production of the antibodies, so that it can capture or it can detect the specific antigen on the virus. So the simulation was done by my students on microfluidic channel. There is also a graphene-based biosensor, and also this one is the surface plasmon resonance biosensor type. So there will be we are going to have multiple variants detection in one biosensor as well. So that is why we are still in the simulation stage now at this moment. So that is the end of my presentation. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Aisha. Yeah, now we'll go for the last speaker for today. Our last speaker for this afternoon section is Dr. Ridis from Aranda University also. Yeah, so I will just give some quick bibliographic background. So Dr. Ridis received her bachelor and master degrees in 2002 and 2005. Uh, and also she obtained her PhD in Biomedical Engineering in 2015 from the Bandung Institute of Technology (ITB). She is currently a senior lecturer and researcher at the University of Langga. Her research interests are artificial intelligence, medical image processing, medical signal processing, and robotic for medical rehabilitation. I would like to invite Dr. Ridey to present the title Artificial Intelligence in Biomedical and Healthcare Application Implementation, Challenge, and Future Direction. Yeah, Dr. Ridey.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Tan. Okay, allow me to share my slide. Is it already appear?
Yes, yes, yeah. Yes, yeah. Yeah, you may start.
Okay. Okay, wait, Dr. Tan. Okay, is it visible? Well, Dr. Tan?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Tan. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Today in this symposium, I would like to share my presentation with entitled Artificial Intelligence in Biomedical and Healthcare Application, Implementation, Challenge, and Future Directions. Okay, firstly, I would like to tell about the introduction of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence or AI involve the design of intelligence in an artificial device. The term was coined by John McCarthy in 1956. Intelligence is defined as the ability to acquire, understand, and apply the knowledge to achieve goals in a certain task in the context of information processing. So AI comprises of the study of the intellectual processes with the use of a computational model. So the history of artificial intelligence or AI here, AI research is not something new. In 1931, Claudel laid the foundation of the theoretical computer science, and then continue in 1968, Marvin Minsky and Semper paper published Perceptron and demonstrating the limits of simple neural nets. And then the middle in 70s, neural network becomes widely used with backpropagation algorithm. And then in 1990s, use of AI in all areas become more common in machine learning, intelligent tutoring, case-based reasoning, data mining, natural language understanding, and etc. And the followed by industry, IT company, and top universities started to do some research and already use some of devices, softwares, and robotics application by using AI algorithm. So what is the area of artificial intelligence here? With the advancement in computer hardware technology, AI has trickled into literally every field such as healthcare, and then quantum computing, business, automobile, manufacturing, agriculture, social media, and many more. So the technology of artificial intelligence here have been developed for different application, started with the expert system method, and then continue with the machine learning method that we can use this machine learning method for predictive analytics, and then for the deep learning method that already broke up recently for the trending technology right now in the machine learning. And then by using the machine learning, we can use it for planning and optimization for our problems. And then with this grow up of the machine learning method, it can be applied in the such of technology right now. For example, in the natural language processing or NLP, we can use it this machine learning method for classification, data extraction, and translation. And then the speech technology, we can convert speech into text and vice versa, the text to speech. And then in the computer vision, we have grew up a technology tool for machine vision and then image recognition until robotic and so many application on the other technology fields that already implemented this AI algorithm. And then how about the component of artificial intelligence here? It started with the perception. what is the perception in the biological system, intelligent biological system call this perception with experience through their sensor or senses. And how about in for machine? For machine, this perception can get from the sensor device. The input can be the signals or might be image from a camera and range information from a rangefinder. And then for my medical diagnosis system, the perception is the set of symptoms and test results that have been obtained and input to the system manually. And then after we got the perception data from the sensor, and then AI will be process the data will process the data in learning step to get a knowledge representation. And then the AI step for further is the reasoning step. The AI will do inference, decision making, classification from what is sensed and processed by an internal model such as a neural network to yield the planning and action purposes. And the action here, AI try to mimic the biological system which interact with environment by actuation. In the context of AI, the example include controlling the autonomous vehicles, for example, or making a diagnosis for a medical diagnosis system. And then this is the concept of learning in artificial intelligence or AI. The human can learn automatically from experience. Unlike human, a machine cannot produce a decision easily as human does. Hence, a machine need learning mechanism to automatically learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed. So this is the area of application of the AI. There are three types of learning mechanism in AI: unsupervised learning, and then supervised learning, and reinforcement learning. In the supervised learning is a subset of machine learning that require the most ongoing human participation. Hence, the name supervised. The computer is fed training data and a model explicitly designed to teach it how to respond to the data. And then we can see here that with the supervised learning method, we can use this method for classification and represent problems. And in the unsupervised learning, takes this step further by using unlabeled data. The computer is given the freedom to find patterns and associations as it sees fit, and often generating a result that might have been unapparent to a human data analysis. And then how about we can see here in unsupervised learning, we can use this method for dimensionally reduction and for clustering. And then the third one is reinforcement learning. What is the reinforcement learning? In supervised and unsupervised learning, there is no consequence to the computer if it fails to properly understand or categorize data. But we can look like a child at school. The child will receive a positive feedback when they did the right thing, and negative feedback when they did the wrong thing. So the computer here would presumably begin to figure out how to get a specific task job done through trial and error, knowing it's on the right track when it receives a reward, for example, a score. Then will be reinforced. It's a good behavior. So we call it this method reinforcement learning. We can see here the sum of application by using the reinforcement learning. We can see from the game AI, and then real-time decision, and then learning task, skill acquisition, and then robotic navigation. Mostly use this method reinforcement learning to give the good accuracy and proper target. So this is the division of the subset of artificial intelligence. The AI methods can be categorized into this subset, like in the figure. AI here, any techniques that enables computers to mimic human intelligence using logic, if-then rules, and then decision trees and machine learning. And then the machine learning itself is a subset of AI that includes abstruse statistical techniques that enable machine to improve a task with learning to get experience. And then we have artificial neural network, a subset of machine learning with brain principles which inspire machine learning models. And then the last trending technologies recently, deep learning methods. This is the subset of machine learning composed of algorithms that permit the software to train itself to perform tasks like speech and image recognition by exposing multi-layer neural network to vast amount of the data. And then this is the deep learning recognition. We can see here that deep learning computing paradigm has gained popularity within the machine learning or ML community over the last few years. We can see here that the number of the publication that by using DL method here is increasing in each year until recently, and the highest number research by using deep learning method here is in imaging field, and then the second is public health, the third is bioinformatics, and then followed by sensing and medical informatics. And then in the healthcare sector, there is a quiet of lack exploration, as we know that the healthcare professionals work around the clock to keep their patient alive and provide them with the best possible treatment. So the advantage of the deep learning in health science, when we use this DL method, we can make accurate diagnostic suggestion with the deep learning, which is the deep learning algorithm can reduce the healthcare costs, and then can prevent critically and urgent cases from being delayed. And then healthcare professionals can focus on more complex diagnostic, or having more time to take care to the patient if administrative burdens are reduced, and by auditing diagnostic procedures and prescriptions, error in a diagnostic can be reduced. So the DL algorithm here can leading to faster diagnostic. While deep learning has a lot of potential in health science, the power of deep learning lies in the data that is going to be used to train the models, and to do so. So we need to have enough data to train the models and get better predictions. And then the deep learning implementation, I would like to show our research result here by implementing a deep learning method. Here we already built the microscope observation here, integration between the microscope hardware, automatic scanning microscope with the DL algorithm software for fighting tuberculosis in Indonesia using image analysis from sputum smear slide microscopy observation. And we use the deep learning method here is a faster RCNN that combine the CNN method and then region proposal network. The CNN here to extract the feature to the object, and then the region proposal network here to localize or to detect the appearance of the TP bacilli object. So the network can accurate and quickly predict the location of different objects. We merge the CNN method to extract the object features, and then the RPN or region proposal network here for object detection. So this is our step for feature extraction. We use a convolutional neural network or CNNs. The CNNs consists of multiple convolution layer, pooling layers, and a full connection layer. The function of convolution operation is to extract the various feature of the data. In the process of convolution, convolution kernel can slide on the input window so that the weight parameters on the convolution kernel are multiplied by the corresponding pixel, and then the result follow multiplication. The role of the pooling layer is to extract the original characteristic signals, which greatly reduces the training parameters and can also reduce the degree of overfitting. Compare to other models, CNNs have the outstanding ability to analyze spatial information and require less data pre-processing step. Therefore, CNNs are particularly good for manipulating image data and encoding omics data into the two-dimensional image matrices is often quite easy. So we can maybe try and make some collaboration research here for the chemical and biological field by using this deep learning method such as CNNs can encoding the omics data, and then from the image we can make some analysis or classification the characterization of the gene or omic data.
Yeah,
So
you have 3 more minutes. Yeah.
okay, and this is the result, yeah, result from our research groups that the method can detect the appearance well with the various kind of color staining in this photo smear with the condition in thin staining or thick stainings. And another implementation of the L is in the COVID-19 patient, the lung images from the CT scan imaging. We implemented segment here, semantic segmentation method, yeah, from the pattern of the lung anomaly in the COVID-19 patient. So this is the result of our segmentation using the segment method. Then they can segmented the pattern of the COVID-19 in the patient lung properly. And then the future of deep learning by using COVID-19 as example, healthcare workers have worked relentlessly to diagnose the illness using X-ray and then PCR test and blood or sputum sample. It becomes critical to create system that could forecast, yeah, forecast likely outcomes based on the information available. So the deep learning models here we utilize to generate such solution in order to reduce the growing number of illness. In the future, DS will play an increasingly important role in early diagnosis. With the reason DL is robust to change in input data because we do not need precisely designed features, and that it is possible to generalize a DL technique in different application, and that the DL techniques are highly scalable. So the future, we can have some research in the omic data. This is the DL can make the expression prediction, protein classification, and gene structure prediction very well. So this is the main application of DL methods to omic data analysis. It can determine the types of analysis and to obtain the precision of medicines. So this is the challenges of deep learning that we in the deep learning research are not having enough data to train a great network, and having the proper data is more important than having enough data. So as more data is created, we will be able to train a more intelligent and efficient network in the future, allowing us to become completely reliant on them. And then the deep learning is still easily faced in the healthcare, and it will take more time to develop and improve efficiency before it can give a better and more precise outcomes. So the conclusion here, this technology have the potential to change the healthcare sectors by providing accurate prediction, more in-depth study of the problem, and precise doses of treatments. These technologies have the potential to revolutionize the healthcare sector. So the doctors are coming to trust forecast and result provided by a machine learning model. We may say that it is supporting them in making better decisions as these features becomes more and more meaningful. And deep learning has the potential to benefit the healthcare industry since it is more precise and accurate because the increasing amount of healthcare professional have to handle every day. It has become more and more necessary to understand the importance of such technology, particularly machine learning technology. So I think that's all my presentation, and then thank you very much for your attention. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you, Dr.
thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks. I need the monitor help to put on the stage the three speaker. Yeah, you may unshare your slide. Yeah.
yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know. I cannot open my Webex. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
This is. I don't know. Where's my Webex?
Never mind. Almost to the end of the session, and the
Okay.
computer.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes, it's already appearance. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
any question from the audience before I yeah read out some question they posted. Here I have the question to Dr. Ridis. How many percentage patient cure during the fighting of the tuberculosis project? Yeah. Yeah. Any statistic?
Yeah, this is the number of the victim in Indonesia is a very large, Dr. Tan. So the Indonesia have the third number in the world after India and China.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is still the target of our government. Yes, how to to reduce the number of cases in the tuberculosis in Indonesia is
You have
still
the
the
percentage or
important base.
not maybe not number like percentage. How many percent of patient?
Yeah, yes, this is the prevalency is maybe I don't know. I forget. Yeah, maybe I can share my slides.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. This is around. This is according the data in 2015 is around maybe 20,000. So
Okay.
let me check my slide in yeah the
Yes.
exact number. Yeah.
And then for Dr. Aisha, one of the audience say that your topic is very interesting. It can link up with the phototherapy to and protein target to the specific target protein on the SARS COVID-2. Yeah. And then it can collaborate some basic research and application on modeling perspective. Maybe I don't know, Prof. Redna, are you around? You can clarify a bit, yeah, how the thing is possible to be set up in future collaboration.
Sorry, Dr. Tantan, I
Yeah,
don't open the camera. Sorry, but
doesn't
I
matter,
feel
doesn't matter. Yeah, we have
yeah.
a big section now, the last section.
Yes,
We have a
okay.
short discussion.
Yes. Uh, I would like to all of the both of Dr. Aisha and Dr. Mahendra. I think is the implemented about the application for the phototherapy and sarcoph. Where do you, can the collaborate this about the because the conclusion from Dr. Mahitra we can do the uh, basic as basic theoretical is very very difficult, but I think if we research together, I think it's very more more implemented. Is very fast to application in medical therapy. This.
Mm. Yeah, because Prof. Rena is from the photonic expert. Yeah, then I think regarding all kind of measurements, yeah, the dosage, I think they have plenty of equipment to assist. Yeah, yeah,
Yes. Okay.
yeah. When Prof.
But
Rena
I
you
think
come
Dr.
over, I
Mahendra
also
is
will find you.
very yes.
Because I also involved in the application of UV LED for bacteria disinfection. Yeah, few of my PhD students
Yes.
working on it. Yeah, we are trying to use UV LED to replace the lamp type. Yeah, because lamp type they have mercury inside. Yeah, and then when you involve in using LED, they have the shortage is the distance or because the how to say the strength is not as good as the lamp type lah. Yeah, maybe anything to clarify on the application on uh, protein therapy using light? Yeah.
I think the research of Dr. Mahendra is very good. Please describe it, Dr. Mahendra.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Prof. Ratna. So I'm very happy that Prof. Ratna is opening this collaborations. As Dr. Aisyah Mu'alif research is more deep in protein and phototherapy and the effect of the protein. So actually, what our problem is whether if we want to increase the intensity to reduce the bilirubin serum in our jaundice infants, whether it will interfere the or maybe there is a hypothesis of the increasing risk of DNA mutation or that also can generate later disease like cancer or something.
Yeah, skin cancer. Yeah,
Skin
when
cancer.
using UV. Yeah.
In order to increase the rate of bilirubin reduction, but we want to keep safe in a kind of mutations, yeah, DNA mutation. Although now we are using the LED, which they say that it is safe for baby compared with the fluorescence or halogen photon. Maybe do you have any opinion regarding this research collaboration, Dr. Aisha? Maybe Prof. Retna also can give us a mutual benefit by doing multi-center study and collaboration research with UTM. Maybe Dr. Aisha or Dr. Tan.
Dr. Aisha, yeah, anything to add on? Yeah.
Um, Actually, for that purpose, it is possible. Nothing is impossible. It's just that once we know what are the biomarkers or any proteins involved in the development of um, the one of the examples is the skin cancer just now, right? So in order for us to monitor whether it is harmful to until to the level of inducing or trigger the skin cancer to develop or not, so that it is possible. Okay, once it's just that we have to identify what we need to observe, what we need to monitor, what biomarker proteins or any other suitable proteins that can be used as a marker to indicate whether this is triggered or not, the skin cancer, especially I think the one that I know at my best knowledge is the P53, for example, which is the cancer starting whenever the mutation is happening on the P53 protein. So the cancer starts, the cancer develops. So that is one of the examples. So it is possible, which needs more details on it.
Yeah, maybe when Prof. Rena and the team come over to UTM, you can set up a close discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Insyaallah, insyaallah, dokter. Thank you,
Yeah.
dokter
Yeah.
Mahendra, dokter Aisyah.
Mm. I think anyone else have any audience, any question? Yeah. Yeah, regarding jaundice, actually my daughter also have this experience. Yeah. When my daughter first day birth, the jaundice level is 11 or 12. Then the doctor say need to go through the phototherapy. Then a big shock lah. And then we don't know actually what's the level of safe and how the level thing. Yeah. Then second day, third day, still need to take the blood sample. Wow, from the baby's leg there. Wow, so scary. I think this is quite a common one now. I heard most my friend who have the baby, they have jaundice problem. Yeah. I think the research from the Dr. Hendra hopefully in future can change the landscape lah. Like what kind of the actual application, what kind of the actual level that they can have better, yeah, better assist all the parents, new parents. Yeah. Anyone else have any question?
Yes,
Yeah.
I want to share the number of the tuberculosis patient, Dr. Tan, in
Okay,
Indonesia.
sure.
So that the data in the 2021 in Indonesia, the cases number is about 358,000 in 2021.
Okay. Do
Yes,
you
this
have
is
another
a very,
question for Dr. Ridis? Yeah. How your research implemented in hospital?
yeah, because in the tuberculosis detection in Indonesia, still in the especially in the rural area is still using microscopy observation because the middle facility, yeah, for example, puskesmas in the rural area, they don't have enough money to buy the prototype with the yes, with the expensive yeah price. So the observation is still using microscopy from the sputum smear slides tuberculosis. So yeah, we have an idea how, but this microscopy observation need a lot of time. Yeah, they observe the one slide needs 100 until 300 scanning point of view from the microscope. So the clinician will counting the number of tuberculosis manually by their eyes. So
Wow.
this is we can this is very tedious work and
Very
yeah,
tedious
yeah,
counting.
very tedious. Yeah,
After
yeah.
counting few sample, you'll be feel sleepy.
Yeah, so we have innovation how to build the automatic scanning microscopy and then integrate it with the deep learning method which is can counting automatically. So the counting here is very important to decide the grade tuberculosis disease per time.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Yeah, thank
if
you.
no question from the audience, maybe we can end this section. Or yeah, I pass the time back to the moderator, Kamaru, Mr. Kamaru.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Tan Tian Sui, for chairing this session. On behalf of the local organizing committee, we wish to thank the speakers and viewers for the valuable attention they have given to this session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end this session, please open your webcam for photography session. Give your best smile to the camera and let us freeze this memorable moment. Okay, thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the session. On behalf of the Secretariat, see you again after tomorrow in the session of Biorefinery and Biotechnology. Thank you and have a great day. Bye.